I think we'll make a start. Hello everyone. Welcome to the first PHN National Data and Digital Showcase. I'm Lynn Garlick. I'm the Planning and Engagement General Manager at Central and Eastern Sydney Primary Health Network, also called CESPN. And I've been working with a group from CESPN and an advisory group of people from across Australia to put this showcase together. I'm not doing anything official here. We haven't officially begun. I'm just going to do some housekeeping, and then we will have Michael West come and do a welcome to country. So I want to also welcome people online through the live stream. I hope it's a good experience for you and you can enjoy the day too. Thanks for being in the room. Everyone here looks fantastic. So I'll just go through a few things that might help you today. First of all, in relation to the live stream, if you do know of other people back in the office that might be interested in joining us, that's on the website dds.cesphn.org.au. For the people in the room, I hope you've downloaded the Events Air app. If you need any help with that, there's people that can help you, but it would really make your experience great. And that's what we've done it for, to help you have a great experience. There's information about all of the delegates here, and you can network, you can connect on there. The full agenda of the program is there. Speaker bios are there, and there'll be session updates and live alerts for you for where you should be. And there's interactive features. So this is actually how we're going to do the questions in the plenaries. So you can submit your questions on there under the Submit a Question section. And so there's live chats. So there are also some printed programs on the table if you prefer to look at those. Unfortunately, the bathrooms next door are not working, and so you have to go downstairs one level. So there are stairs, and the whole thing, as you can see, just goes round and round. So just keep walking till you find stairs. They're down that way. You can walk also until you find the lifts. There's modern lifts, and there's also the oldest lift in the Southern Hemisphere. That's that metal cage thing going up and down. So feel free to use that as well. In case of an emergency, please follow the instructions of the venue staff and use the nearest exit, which are clearly marked. We have Wi-Fi, and the information to get onto that is on the table. We do encourage you to share updates on your socials, and using the hashtag capital DDS25. But in here, please keep your phones on silent. That will really help everyone. We have a really meaty program today and the room is full. So if you can just help us all work together, come back from breaks on time, be seated, particularly for the concurrents, with PHN staff presenting to you. It'd be great if everything can be nice and smoothly run. And just ways to get help throughout the showcase, the FAQ section on the app if you have any questions. There's a live support function if you're in a session and need some support. The helpful team at the registration desk, and the friendly team of CESPN and the advisory group staff who have the blue, sorry, I meant to bring one up, I should be wearing one, the blue staff lanyards that say staff on them. One thing I forgot to tell you is that lunch is in the Hermitage room, so that's downstairs as well. There's a separate conference that will also be having lunch, so just make sure you keep your lanyard on and then we know you're with us and we can help you to get to where you need to go. Thank you for that. Now I'd like to introduce Uncle Michael West to do a welcome from country. He's from the Metropolitan Local Aboriginal Land Council, and Uncle Michael is a member of the Stolen Generations. He's a practising artist and cultural educator. Thank you, Michael.
I'd like to say Bajadi Gamarua. G'day, everyone. What's with the delay? Yeah, it's been pretty foggy in Sydney this morning, hasn't it? With the trains and the traffic, it's been a bit crazy. What I was going to say, here where we are in Sydney, we're on Gadigal country just here. Pretty important. We have the beautiful harbour bridge there, also known as the coat hanger for those who don't live in Sydney. And across the other side, we have a beautiful country called Camarega, where some of Camera is named after. Why do you think Manly's called Manly? Sort of, yeah. Manly's called Manly because when the British came, they saw the Canigal people over there and they saw they were manly, the physique. And also, when you think about it, I've talked to mob from up the coast and they said Burleigh has the same connotations. Burleigh's also physique too, when you think about it. It's important to learn these things and also understand where you are in wherever you are around Australia, and also say hello to the people we're streaming to all the different countries and within Australia, and also to the culture where they live and the mob where they live. It's so important to connect with them because, as you know, an Aboriginal child born today is also around 13 years to 15 years difference in life expectancy. Is not right in a first world country. We can do better, can't we? Yes. I do understand health. I've worked in health research myself. I'm still working in health in pharma, medtech, biotech sector. I'm from a science background myself. I used to wear a white lab coat, and my background's computing. So I understand how important data is, and science, analyst program system designer, futurist is what I am. Some of the things I do. Now, I was going to say, you guys rely on data. It's important. I have talked to the medical students recently. I did say to them when that they do have their patients, they do take into account to give all the information possible for them, their patients and their associated carers that might be with them. That we want the patient to make informed decisions with their own health, and that's how it should be. Give them all the options and all the variables, and that they can make their own decision. Now, obviously, you guys believe in facts and data, correct? Yeah. No one injected themselves with bleach, did they? No. crazy stuff isn't there in the world today. We live in a post-truth dystopian Orwellian world. I actually just watched 1984 the other week, a theatre production of it, and I was thinking, you know, the way that they're changing the dictionary and that, and getting rid of words and rephrasing things. And how wonderful for the person in charge of the job figures getting sacked in the last couple of days. If you bring facts and data that's not acceptable, then obviously you're going to get sacked, which is not like our country. We believe in the facts. And I think it's a great opportunity for Australia to pinch a lot of brains from over, and I know the universities and others are looking at that, to pinch some people who realise that their country's a dumpster fire. And I am being honest, I think that people think that too, don't you? Yes, it's quite mad. You got the head of health swimming in a creek with sewage with their family. Did you see that? Yeah, and everybody's had their flu vaccinations. It didn't give you autism, did it? No. I'm autistic. I'm ADHD diagnosed in both. I have my own learning difficulties through my life, and obviously I work with kids who are on the spectrum, and I tell them it's a superpower, and I think society's actually learning to appreciate neurodiversity, because I think there's some wonderful things about seeing things different, but also see the connections and everything too. Yes, it is quite crazy times here, and it is important that we do, when we understand the data and the facts and the figures, that they are people with their own families, their own communities, and it's important we really do appreciate that, and it's important we always treat people with dignity and respect. I think is so important that when you're delivering services, whether you're analysing things, that you always think that there's the human component. I think is so important. I have doctors in my family, multiple doctors. I didn't want to study medicine. I study my own stuff, how the world works when you think about it, and computing and analytics and everything and other things, and leadership is what I work on. I was going to say it's important that when you deliver services to regional remote, and I did have a talk with them the other day, that you do take in effects multiple things like, for Aboriginal people, bush medicine is one of the things too. That when you look at the what people are taking, that you understand what they might be increasing, decreasing with the Western medicine or bush medicine, how that reacts, but also when you think about people's cultural and spiritual identity is so important too. Our totems are very important to us. Do you know what totems are? Totems are animals that we have a spiritual connection to, and they're also a family member. Now, the whales would come in here. There was one we were visiting the other day. Did you see the whale that was going around the harbour? Yeah, I was wandering around the harbour. I was thinking, was it looking for its traditional place that the whales actually go in there with their mothers and the babies, their calves? And it's also a birthing place down at Gomera, which is Darling Harbour. So for many, many tens of thousands of years, the whales would come in here, and they're part of who we are, part of the Gadigal's totems. And there's a beautiful whale engraving over at Ball's Head over there, and there's a beautiful shark engraving over on Barry Island that have been there for a long time. You know, we've been here for more than 65,000 years. We know it's longer than that, far longer than that. In New South Wales here, we're lucky to have Mungo Man and Mungo Woman. They're 42,000-year-old burial sites with ceremony. And then also we have Brewarrina fish traps, which are important too. A trading place where people would come together. The stones arranged in a way that they manage the fish flow, make it easier to manage the fish and to collect the fish. Now, where we are, if we were heading inland, in a canoe, which is called a Narwee, and we do have a suburb called Narwee in Sydney. On the left, after Gadigal, is Wongal. On the right is Wallamadigal. And that's where Bennelong's resting, obviously, the connection back to the Opera House of Bennelong Point, where he had a place. A strong Camaragal woman was his partner, and who's that? You thought you were just going to sit there. Barangaroo, yes. very important. We eventually hit bara, marigo, bara, meaning eel, out there. So the eel people out there, and that's also a trading place. There's a whole creation story about Sydney Harbour and the waterways being created by a giant bara. And bara is just resting off at East Balmain. There's a little island called Memel or Memel, Eye of the Bara. Different languages have the rolling R, the trill. Greek, Spanish, Welsh, I think, for a couple. Can you say bara? Bara. It takes a little bit to get used to, but that's important to try and learn these little skills when interacting with community. I just want to show you one other totem, one other totem on your phone. So get out your phones and look at Huntingbird Manuscript Vatican. Huntingbird Manuscript Vatican. You'll see a wonderful bird there. And when you think about it, Bunda, the kangaroo, and Dinawan, the emu, from the languages of central New South Wales. We have them on our coat of arms, don't we? Huntingbird Manuscript Vatican. So what's unique about the kangaroo and the emu? They can't walk backwards, yes, they go forward. So it's symbolism of when you're moving forward that you understand the present but also learn and acknowledge the past. So what have you found? Huntingbird Manuscript Vatican. Yes, the cockatoo. One can only imagine what the Pope and the Cardinals thought of that cockatoo when they see it. So what are cockatoos like?
Loud.
Everyone says loud. They are loud. That's similar, one of the noises they make. I've been watching them. I watched them in the pandemic. We're currently going through. We still haven't got, I have to go and get my booster for my COVID-19 booster. Some people believe if we only stop building those 5G towers, yes, we'd be through COVID. Now, I was going to say that's a beautiful depiction of a cockatoo. They're very intelligent, they're mischievous, they're cheeky. Have you seen them turning on the taps for water? They do that. They can be quite destructive. Do not upset them because they will remember you and they will destroy things. And I like them because they have a lot of fun when they're together, aren't they? And they're playing around and they're flying around, they're taking all the flowers off a tree. They can be quite mischievous. And I like that depiction because it shows, that face of theirs shows that they have attitude, and they do, don't they? Yes, they do have attitude. I see that face in May every year at Carriage Works. I see humans walking around with that face. What am I at? I'm at Australian Fashion Week. It's the models. Yes, they do have that face. I'm not sure if you've ever been to a fashion parade. Yes, we do participate that in every year. It's important we do take a moment's silence to pay respects to ancestors, pay respects to Mother Earth, and also pay respects to all Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander tradition owners, elders and custodians of the past and present for looking after country, spirit of country, and our totems are very important to us. I have started a conversation with New South Wales Health, with Dr. Chant, wonderful person, and Susan, both two wonderful people, about our totems and how it affects our health. And also reflect your journey right here, right this point in time in the continuum. And remember, we all become part of Mother Earth when we become ancestors. So it's important we take a moment's silence, a moment of paying respects, and a moment of reflection. Thanks. We have three beautiful rivers which are the boundaries. We have the Georges to the south, Nepean to the west, and Hawkesbury, also known as Darebin, to the north. On behalf of Metropolitan Local Aboriginal Land Council elders, members, welcome everyone here. Please have a safe stay. You're here for 2.5 days. Enjoy our wonderful city. We have the most beautiful harbour in the world. Sorry for people from other states. It is beautiful, even when it's raining out on that harbour. I've been on there many times. And it's a wonderful place thinking about Bara the eel migrating to the South Pacific, to our Pacifica brothers and sisters. And then also the whales coming in, which are part of the natural cycle of life. And that please have a safe journey home to your family once a community. And we know how important it is that your communities are, that you're working within there. and always was, always will be Aboriginal land never ceded. One other totem that you will see around here that I want you to respect is a bird that's had a similar journey to Aboriginal people. Aboriginal people have been dispossessed of country, had to come and live in the city. Redfern, everybody knows Redfern, surrounds Everleigh and Waterloo and Surrey Hills to make a life, and then not having the access to traditional foods as we once did, and then being blamed for our situation, yes. There's a beautiful white bird with black tail feathers, a long neck and a long beak that's also had a similar experience, dispossessed of its wetlands, because humans are supposed to be the intelligent species, but I doubt that sometimes when I watch TV. Haven't cared for country. The birds come to live in the city here. It's across the park there and up in those palm trees. And please don't call me a bin chicken. I'm the sacred ibis. I'm also sacred in what other culture? Egypt, God Thoth, Thoth. Please respect me. It's not my fault. I'm trying to make the most of it. It's you humans who haven't cared for me country, and you're seeing the impacts now, where some places we can't even live, and we really need these conversations. I'll leave you with those thoughts. Please try and have a bit of a laugh every day and look after yourselves, and remember health is a holistic approach as Aboriginal people see. Mental, physical, cultural, spiritual, community, country, emotional. So remember when you're working with people and those underneath that you work with, that you do remember this. I'll leave you with those thoughts. Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Natalie Hanson. I'm the CEO of Central and Eastern Sydney Primary Health Network. And thank you, Uncle Michael, for that wonderful, warm welcome to country. I think you shared so much information with us, and it was great to get your personal perspective on, the importance of data, and also reflecting on the fact that data is really all about people. And, thank you for sharing your experiences with us today. I also acknowledge the Gadigal people, traditional custodians and sovereign people of the land on which we meet. I pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging, and extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today, whether in person or online. It's my absolute pleasure to welcome you to the inaugural PHN Data and Digital Showcase, hosted here in beautiful Sydney, which has finally stopped raining. It's been a very wet week, by Central and Eastern Sydney Primary Health Network. This is a landmark moment for PHNs across Australia. For the first time, we're coming together face to face to celebrate, share and shape the future of data and digital innovation in primary healthcare. I'm also really pleased to welcome representatives from the Department of Health, Disability and Ageing and the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare. Together, we are working to drive strategically connected data and digital capabilities, infrastructure, priorities and plans. This showcase is an initiative of the PHN Cooperative, developed by the Data and Digital Showcase Working Group under the guidance of the Primary Health Transformation Coordination Committee. And the idea for the showcase actually came from the New South Wales ACT Population Health Data and Information Network, a group made up of planners and data analysts. And it was inspired by the success of the long-running commissioning showcase that's being held in September this year. Now, as CEO, sponsor of the network, I had to take the idea to the New South Wales ACT PHN CEOs Forum, where it received strong support before being endorsed nationally by the PHN Cooperative last August. So in just 1 year, we've gone from dream to reality. All PHNs have contributed to this event financially and collaboratively to make sure it happens. And we know that some colleagues were disappointed not to be here in person. We had limits, I think, 3 people per PHN, which is why we're live streaming today's event. So a warm welcome to those of you joining us online. And over the past 10 years, PHNs have evolved significantly in data and digital capability. At our last National PHN CEOs meeting, data dominated the agenda. A key enabler has been the Primary Health Insights platform hosted by WA Primary Health Alliance, which has been keeping PHN data secure and facilitating analytics since 2021. As PHNs, we understand the power of data in identifying needs and evaluating the impact of the services that we fund. We are custodians of significant data assets in primary care and mental health, and we must use these to benefit communities and ensure equitable access to care. Now, we know that health data has long been fragmented, but integrating data from multiple sources brings great benefits. And Queensland PHNs over the last year have led the way with joint regional needs assessments with their local health networks, and I know similar work is developing in New South Wales as well. You'll hear today about the development of a national primary and acute care data linkage model, which is a major step forward. In this time of national health reform, accurate data on the health workforce is more important than ever. We need to understand the changing landscape and the impact of new policies. From a digital perspective, there's never been a more exciting time to work in health. Advances in technology and legislation mean true system interoperability is within reach. In New South Wales, the rollout of the single digital patient record promises better integration between primary and acute care, and general practice is actively engaged in its development. The Single Front Door initiative is simplifying how consumers navigate the system, making it easier to access both physical and mental health care. I think one of the great strengths of primary health networks is our willingness to collaborate. And this showcase is a chance to build connections and learn from each other. Over the next 2.5 days, you'll hear from leaders at the ABS, CSIRO, Healthdirect, Queensland Health, and from our own PHNs, each contributing to national conversations around interoperability, innovation, and impact. Speakers at this showcase will share the way they are using AI to improve efficiency. Day 2 includes 7 hands-on workshops for the more technical amongst our audience on topics such as Power Apps, VisiData, QGIS, Azure, CLI. My daughter, who works as a software engineer, I showed her the program and she said, "Wow, Mum, that looks really great." Then there are also sessions on drawing insights from data. I'm looking forward to hearing from the ABS this afternoon on bringing data to life. And tomorrow, Primary Health Tasmania will present on using heat maps and social network analysis to uncover insights in mental health services. Tomorrow morning, you'll hear 3 international perspectives on the use of data and digital, including a speaker from Estonia, which is the most digitally advanced society in the world. We will hear from the UK GP Digital Innovator of the Year, who will talk about her innovative approach to population health. And finally, we will hear about the New Zealand experience of using data to support commissioning. Organising the showcase has been a significant undertaking, led by the Planning and Engagement stream at Cesspin under the capable leadership of Lynn Garlick, and supported by a dedicated working group with staff from PHNs across Australia. And I want to say a heartfelt thank you to every member of the working group who worked tirelessly to bring this event to life. Their contributions will be formally acknowledged over the coming days, but I want to take this moment to recognise their incredible effort. The themes of this showcase, data, digital and insights, are at the heart of what we do every day. They reflect our shared commitment to using information and technology to improve the health and wellbeing of communities, whether it's through smarter data integration, AI-driven insights or cutting-edge digital innovations. We are united by a common goal: better health outcomes for the people in our regions. Shortly, we'll be joined by our Keynote speaker, who will offer a compelling perspective on the demographic trends shaping Australia's future, with a particular focus on health. We have 146 participants joining us today in person and 116 tomorrow and about 110 on the final day. We received 76 submissions in response to our call for abstracts for this workshop, of which 34 were accepted for presentation. Congratulations to all the presenters. Your work will enrich our collective understanding and inspire new ideas. All other applicants were invited to submit their work as posters, and we're proud to have 22 e-posters on display tomorrow. Across the next 2.5 days, we'll feature 28 PHN presentations, 7 workshops, and 14 external speakers. The showcase is the beginning of something bigger. Let's continue to learn from each other and push boundaries in data and digital health. Thank you for being here, for all the work that you do, and for the energy that you bring. I ask that we all make the most of these 3 days, ask questions, share boldly, and build new connections. And now it's my pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, Simon Kirstenmacher. Simon is a director and co-founder of the Demographics Group. He presents on demographic and global trends that are shaping Australia today and into the future, and his insights are widely appreciated by corporate, government and industry audiences alike. I know you'll find him super interesting. I found my pre-workshop discussion very interesting. Simon is a columnist for the New Daily newspaper and a regular contributor to the Australian newspaper, and he's a media commentator on demographic and data matters. In his spare time, Simon has authored 3 books on maps and runs what is by now the world's largest Twitter account dedicated to maps and data. His social media posts reach over 35 million people every month, and Simon ranks as one of the world's top 10 influencers in data. So please join me in welcoming Simon to the stage.
Pick a random microphone and we'll see if it works. Thank you very much for the warm welcome. I'm a demographer. All that means is I do nothing all day, every day, other than to look at those big fat data sets, and I try to figure out what it means for Australia and for your health networks. So let's have a look at Australia in the most simplistic way possible. Very, very easy to understand graphic. Babies on the left-hand side, 100-year-old folks on the right-hand side of the chart. There's quite a bulge there in the 30s, that is the millennial generation, but that's the status quo. How boring is that? We don't want to know about the here and now. We want to know what Australia looks like in, let's say, 10 years' time. And forecasting our population only a decade ahead is actually super easy because we know exactly how many babies you're going to make this year. We also know who of you isn't going to make it until next year. And then as a country, we literally dictate the migration intake. So it's not that much guesswork to figure out where we will be. So let's have a look at Australia in 2035. First observation, top right-hand corner, we'll be adding 3.6 million, maybe even closer to 4 million people to this country. That is a lot of growth. If you sell stuff, congratulations, there are more people to buy your crap. This is great stuff. But you instantly realize that this population growth isn't evenly distributed across the whole age spectrum. Some segments see much less growth than others. Overall, well, the under 18 cohort sees tiny bit of growth. Of course, there is more babies being born in the next 10 years than at the moment. That, of course, you are not confused by it, but general audiences are confused by it because we see all those news stories about ever lower birth rates and we still see more babies than ever. It's just simple. Those millennials, if the biggest generation ever makes babies at a low rate, you still have very, very busy maternity wards. And so for the next 12 years, because that is how much baby making is left in the millennial tank, for the next 12 years, your midwives will be very, very stressed. After this, they might get a weekend off after those 12 years, but not for now. So once we hit 18, the power of migration really starts playing out. Australia, of course, is a migration nation. As a rough rule of thumb, 70% or thereabouts of population growth is imported from overseas, net migration, and only 30% is natural increase, more babies being born than people die at the other end of the spectrum. Of those migrants that we take in, they're almost exclusively 18 to 39 years of age. Makes sense. Half of them are international students. They're 18 to 22, 23. And then the skilled migrants that we take in because we want their skills, we of course take them in as young as possible as well because we want to pay them cheap starter wages to begin with. And of course we want them to be productive worker bees in the economy so that they work for as long as possible. So we're constantly reining population on the essentially on the 20s and 30s. That leads us in Australia to a very privileged demographic position where despite us pushing the big millennial generation from the 30s into the 40s in the next decade, we still see population growth in the 30s. Most developed countries are running out of people in their 30s like crazy. So we are very much using migration to stay reasonably young as a country, even though the aging, of course, does happen. Us pushing the millennials into the 40s, of course, now leads to a statistical joy, because the single year of age to see most growth right here for the next decade will be 43-year-olds. And isn't that great news? Because 43 also happens to be the exact time of your life where you spend more money than ever before, ever after. Huh? Makes sense. At 43, you already did all the kids that you will ever have. So that's a lot of costs associated with your life. You already had quite a few promotions, though. So you do have a lot of money to spend on your kids. Also at 43, you most certainly have not paid down your mortgage. So every penny that you earn straight out the door, back into the economy. This is, of course, great news for all those businesses that help you to fill your house with crap. Bed Bath & Beyond, Barbecue Galore, Harvey Norman's. Wow, they love this. They have a great decade ahead. High consumption in the Australian economy in the coming decade. Who doesn't like the fact that we consume so much in the next 10 years are, of course, our friends at the RBA. Remember, the Reserve Bank of Australia is still concerned about high inflation. They only have been given one tool to correct inflation, and that's the interest rates. Well, the cash rate translates into the interest rates. And so if we consume like crazy for the next 10 years, the RBA needs to push interest rates up to slow the consumption down a bit. Turns out, though, you can put the interest rate on whatever number you want. Millennials in the next 10 years are spending every penny they have anyways. You know what this means? It means you need to keep interest rates relatively higher for relatively longer to curb the overall spending. The spending will actually be stopped by, the bottom third of society. It is really a policy, a systemic policy there that is hammering the bottom third of society really, really hard. At least don't we have good news here where we are retiring the big baby boomer cohort? That would have been great news in the past because back in the day, once you stopped drawing a wage, you instantly turned into a poor penny-pinching pensioner. You became deflationary in nature. Oh, that would be very welcome right now. But turns out baby boomers are a bit of a different breed. They ended up becoming the richest generation in Australia ever, and heaps of them are already retired, so we have detailed spending data about them available. Turns out baby boomers in retirement actually increase their spending in every category that we measure, except for one, that's charitable giving. That's significantly down. But other than this, we are facing a decade where the biggest generation, millennials, and the richest generations, boomers, spend like there's no tomorrow. High consumption in the system. I would say, and this is the most dangerous part of the presentation where the demographer talks about economics. I better end this quickly. I would say this demographic setup suggests higher rather than lower interest rates in the coming decade. That's bad news for anyone who wants to make significant capital investments, because maybe you are thinking about a couple of things that you need to invest in, and you are secretly trying to be all cute about it and wait for this wonderful phase of super low interest rates again to make those investments. I'd say you probably need to bite into this sour apple and make those investments now. Because yes, there might be an interest rate cut here or there in the future, but ultimately, on average, the next decade wants interest rates to be higher than compared to what it was in the last decade. That's depressing news. Such a innocent chart and so many bad news. But wait, there's more. You, of course, know about the aging of Australia. It's very boring. You read this a million times. But I want to draw your attention to the far right-hand side of this chart. Just over here, the 85-plus segment of this chart. Very important statistical year for you to remember 85, because it is the median age of death. You know exactly what this means. It means that half of you, and it's that half, you don't make it. So, terribly sorry, catch you later. Congratulations to the surviving 50%, well done. Unfortunately, half of you guys, and it's the front half, you will need assistance with activities of daily life. Half of you, half of the 85 plus cohort, needs care on a daily basis. In the next 15 years, so a bit more than I'm showing on this chart, 2040, we're doubling the 85 plus cohort from 590,000 people today to 1.2 million people. And that is 100% going to happen because we're not importing old people. All the old people of tomorrow are already here, they're just a bit younger. So that means we need to more or less double the aged care system in 15 years' time. Are we going to make this? Hell no. Absolutely not. Even if we were to significantly increase migration intake, there is no plausible scenario where we come even close to managing the aged care system as it stands right now. Utterly impossible. This is a train wreck in the making, guaranteed. Guaranteed to hit your local neighborhood as well. You are not the magic outlier there. So my great financial advice is don't end up in the bottom third of society because there is no public nor private aged care system that takes care of you. You will fully rely on your family to take care of you. Does everyone have a family that is financially or from a time perspective capable of looking after you? I don't think so. This is absolutely catastrophic in nature, what is happening there. And so far, we're just slowly inching towards this day by day. The oldest baby boomer right now, which is of course this big cohort that is moving into this phase, is 79. Yes, your joints hurt at 79, of course, but ultimately you're still fine. Very, very soon though, you will start to actually require care. And that's going to happen. It's going to be very, very rough. But this isn't specifically an aged care conference. Yes, aged care very much linked to your work, but the skills shortage that we're seeing in aged care is only the most intense skills shortage that we have in this country. Because the skills shortage that you are experiencing right now and that every industry and every organization in your local area is experiencing, that is not going to get better in the coming decade because the skills shortage is actually baked into the demographic pie. What do I mean by this? Well, for the next 10 years, on the right-hand side of the chart, we're pushing the big baby boomer cohort completely out of the workforce. So we push a big cohort out. It's not a new phenomenon that we retire a generation. That's happened for a long time now. But previously, when we retired people over here, we actually took in more people over here on the left. And yeah, I know you look at this chart, you go, that doesn't look that bad. The pile on the left, that's much higher than the pile on the right. We'll be just fine. Why is he so concerned about this? Well, first and foremost, we're hiding 1.1 million international students here in the teens and 20s. And despite the popular narrative of them just coming here to drive Ubers, they do not contribute to the workforce at scale. So we need to kind of discount for them. We are now in this country sending well over half of our year 12s, 54%, into the university system. That means they hang out on campus for just one more degree, one more degree, one more degree. They do ultimately only contribute to the workforce at scale in their mid-20s, late 20s even. So we need to discount for them. So it's big cohort out, smaller cohort in. That's not good news. And hey, remember this big gray pile of millennials here? 12 years worth of baby making. That means they go on parental leave. That means they leave the world of work at least for a little bit. The skills shortage is not going to get better in the next 10 years. So that means organizing your staffing pipeline is an absolute nightmare. It also must be a priority. This is not going to be fun. Major, major challenge that is coming our way, which is also one of the reasons, by the way, why you can completely, 100% ignore any politician ever that talks about cutting migration. That is pure populism at scale. Their treasurer would never, ever allow them to cut migration. It is an absolute guaranteed certainty in the future that we stay on the high migration path. No chance we cut it. Also, our tax system is fully hooked on income tax. 52, 54% varies year by year of our tax as a federal government comes from income tax. The treasurer will not allow the PM to cut migration. Ignore absolutely everyone who talks about it. It is a ridiculous assumption. Okay, so the skill shortage thing, that is really depressing. So much depressing stuff here. But turns out that the skills shortage also has I consider it an evil twin. The evil twin of the skills shortage is called the retirement cliff. The retirement cliff measures what share of the workforce is already of retirement, 5% nationally speaking, but it more importantly measures what share of the workforce is nearing retirement. So they are 55 to 64 years of age, meaning in 10 years' time they will fall off, or most of them will fall off the proverbial retirement cliff. So that's 15%. So let's look at a couple of jobs that well and truly keep the health system in this country operating. And let's see how many of them we are going to use going to lose in the next decade. We start, of course, with baristas. Oh, thank God. So at least we're not running out of baristas. So there is hope. GPs, let's look at GPs. This is a health system that is based around GPs. What I'm particularly concerned about is the 12% of GPs that are already of retirement age. I would argue, and I wouldn't argue, actually know the data, these are overwhelmingly people in areas where they couldn't find somebody to take over the practice. And they know exactly what would happen if they would give up the practice. You would just have less healthcare. And so these people hang on for dear life. They try quite desperately to find a new GP to take over. And that is problematic. And you know, of course, that there are systemic things in there. Of all those big medical or doctor jobs, GPs pays the worst. So why would you choose a GP or to operate a GP practice if you can take a job that pays more money? And I know these are still people who, if you run a poor GP practice, you earn 250,000 plus. Crocodile tears or something like this. But if you have an option to earn twice that much in a different job, why wouldn't you? So we haven't, as a system, figured out how to encourage people to go into general practice. How do we do this? How do we run a system that potentially either relies less on GPs or that encourages more people to go into general practice? How do we do this? Very difficult question, and we kind of need to solve this as a country because, it is tightening more and more, these issues here. Community health nurses, surprisingly large amount of nurses in the 55 plus bucket here. So that, of course, means we need to push more people into the pipeline. The aged and disabled carer workforce is, of course, something that is, there really is no hope. We need to double the workforce. We have a big chunk of 20% of them losing over the next 10 years. This is a job also that has an absolutely god-awful retention rate to begin with. And I would say that the pipeline of students in the system, that is actually fake news, so to begin with, because we encourage more people to go into aged care because it's a fast-tracked path to a permanent visa or passport. And lots of those carers will stop the day that they have the passport, and they will go to a higher earning career path again. So this is an absolute shocker of a system at the moment. So any kind of reform here really must not focus on how can we scale up the current system, but it is how can we ensure that people need less care. And I'm thinking about technology here. This is where we know about data. We know in a very targeted way who is most likely to require care, to have the first fall. And it can be as simple as slapping a $500 Apple Watch type tool around our 70 plus cohort to just ensure that those people are confident to live independently for longer. It's a cheap ass fix, super cheap. And what we can do if we just allow each person on average to live in half a year or so longer independently, that does all the difference in the healthcare system. Very cheap. And I do think that superannuation funds, healthcare funds, they will very much fund these kind of developments very quickly. Medical receptionists, we're running out of them as well. You always go, well, could we replace these kind of jobs with technology? Absolutely. The skills shortage is so severe that even if we were to heavily invest into AI, robotics, automation, all those fun buzzwords, there is no chance that Australia will ever see high unemployment again. I really don't see it happening. The industries that we rely on require some sort of human engagement. Mining, agriculture, they're already heavily mechanized. We can't get that much more efficiency out of them. These are our cash cows. Tourism and education as jobs, they very heavily rely on human-to-human interactions. that's what we do, those 4 industries. So all the technology that we can throw at the workforce is highly welcome. If ever technology were to become so powerful that it would really replace heaps of human labor, you know what we would do? We would slow down migration intake. That's it. We would then completely need to find new ways of taxing, the economy to make sure that we still have money as a state, but high unemployment won't be in our future. Commercial cleaners, we run out of them fast. You know exactly what this means, though. It means that the maintenance costs, the operating costs for your operations will actually go up, because it will be very, very hard to find those workers. They will react by charging you higher fees. That's the best case scenario. Worst case scenario is that you need to get good with a mop and do it yourself. Hospital orderlies, that's a very old job. You need to fix those things. Handy persons, the jack of all trades, tradies that duct tape anything that might wobble in your operating theaters. We're running out of them very, very fast. That, of course, means that you need to pay more highly qualified, therefore more expensive tradies to fix the particular thing. Operating costs go up. Truck drivers, bit of a left of center kind of job here, but we run out of them very, very fast. Industry opinion, not my own opinion, in 10 years' time, we won't have a single self-driving truck in Australia outside of a mining site. That means the idea of shipping stuff back and forth, that'll become more expensive. That, of course, means that the operating costs will, again, go up rather than down, and you need to just eat these costs, because what choice do you have? Maybe van-sized self-driving vehicles are very much a possibility. Maybe we'll see a self-driving fleet of van-sized vehicles in the future. Who knows? We now, of course, do need to talk about Australia's oldest profession, well, not the oldest profession, the profession with the oldest age profile. And these are, of course, bus drivers. And very, very surprisingly old job. Granted, bus driving is a popular second career for truckies who want to sleep in their own bed at night. But we have well over 50% of bus drivers 55 plus. So if you are secretly hoping that the car-dependent areas of your local region, that these car-dependent areas will improve their public transport connectivity in the next 10 years, please think again. It will become increasingly harder for the most disadvantaged, poorer people, the younger persons, to get themselves to health appointments. They will be increasingly isolated in their areas. That is going to be problematic. Theoretically, we could think of van-sized self-driving buses once we fix a couple of technological issues, insurance issues, because a bus driver is more than just the conductor. He's also a safety tool in the vehicle. Oh, that's very, very rough, though. But so, again, remember, technology is your friend rather than your enemy. The Australian census, God bless the Australian census. We run a census, of course, that is outrageously good in this country. Remember that the Americans run a census, well, they just fired their chiefs or whatever. So far, they run a census every 10 years, a world-famous great census. They run it every 10 years, and they ask 16 questions. We run it every 5 years, and we ask 64 questions. Do you know what kind of cross-tabulation we can do with this data? This is outrageously fantastic. We, for the first time at the last census, asked, hey, do you have a medically diagnosed, not self-diagnosed, medically diagnosed chronic health condition? And you were allowed to pick your favorite health condition. That, of course, now means that we can do demographic research based on, I think, 19 health conditions. This is great stuff. Over the next 10 years, we are growing the Australian population by about 14%. This is the black line there. And we of course know that health conditions to a large degree are linked to age. This is the most simplistic forecast. You see things like mental health is so far probably linked to population size. We grow this pretty much at the same rate. Diabetes, cancer, arthritis, lung conditions, kidney disease. You see, we grow them much faster than the average. But because we're aging, we need to deal with an increase of dementia patients by 45% in the next 10 years. Good luck. How are you going to deal with that? That's guaranteed. So that's a massive uptake. And you know how labor intensive, how expensive, how also land intensive it is to have a dementia ward on site. Many, many aged care facilities that have only so much space, and we deal with them in the demographics group, they go, we'd have endless demand for dementia wards. It could even make it work financially if land wasn't so darn expensive. And so we'd just rather put residential aged care there. It's much cheaper. It ultimately adds up. We go, what do we do with dementia? Like, well, let's push it elsewhere. So the system needs to gobble this up sooner or later. And we know it's coming, so no two opinions about it. So let's now look at mental health. Mental health, very, very important issue. Simple graphic, mental health chart, babies on the left-hand side, 100-year-old folks or 90-year-old folks on the right-hand side. This is the mental health profile of males. 8% of Australian males have a medically diagnosed chronic mental health condition. You see that there is teenage angst, it's getting worse, mental health, the older you get into your early 20s. Then you say things like, my wife drives me crazy, but actually she improves your mental health. Kids drive you crazy. No, they actually also improve your mental health. And then kids really make your mental health better once, or they make it worse actually once they leave the house. And then you retire, whatever. Once your wife dies or your partner dies, obviously your mental health gets really bad. You also, when you're 90 plus, you have lots of health conditions that also impact on your mental health in a negative way. These are men. Let's forget about them. Let's look at the mental health profile of women. Much, much higher instances of poor mental health among women. If we look at the cohorts, so young women in their early 20s, more than twice as common to report poor mental health than men. So does that mean that men are just healthier from a mental health perspective? How lucky are men? Well done. Well, turns out though that we have male suicides much, much higher than female suicides, which I would argue is the ultimate expression of poor mental health. So we probably have to suspect that poor male mental health is simply underreported. So that we actually would probably inch the mental health of males closer to the female number. Also, is female poor mental health overreported or underreported? We don't know. We could say, is it already at the right number? Is it underreported? We don't know. But I would say over-reporting is unlikely. So let's say it's at least that. Okay, so let's think about a woman that is 20 years of age. About 15% or so or thereabouts of them report poor mental health. Will their mental health improve over the next 10 years? What it looks like on this chart, and we don't know. So it could say that there's something that makes being 20 particularly rough on your mental health. But then your mental health in your 20s, it just gets better because somehow life changes and your mental health improves. That is an option. Or it is a thing that mental health is such a new phenomenon, or diagnosed poor mental health, that ultimately the 15% that we have here is more likely to be the real number. And all we do over the next 10 years is that we push this peak further forward, and it stays more or less the same until we die. So that means we would expect about 15% of women forever onwards to report poor mental health. We would then also suggest maybe we see men closer to that 15%. This data doesn't tell us anything about this. With every census that we run from now on, we can draw a couple of more conclusions about this, because this census, of course, was also run during the pandemic. So quite likely that had an impact. And we don't know what kind of impact it had. We need to find this out over time. We could argue that it's so underreporting because you couldn't go to a doctor. It could mean that that we saw, in a sense, overreporting of poor mental health because the pandemic made your mental health worse. We do not know. But what I would say is that we say on average 9% of Australians have poor mental health right now. I would say that will easily grow, or the true number is probably 50, 60, 70% higher. So that means any kind of mental health campaign that we are running at the moment is well and truly needed and will well and truly increase in the future. Thank God we ran this data. This is now part of what we will gather data about. And we can, of course, cut this bit by bit. We, for example, know that in old age, your mental health gets worse if you live in a car-dependent suburb. Makes sense, because social isolation gets worse. But so we can run all of these data sets with this data that we have here. It's quite astonishing what we can do on the health front with data. So at the very least, we know where we can provide help. because we can actually locate the problem. And you know as medical practitioners that a diagnosis is the single most important thing to actually provide decent help to a patient. So you might have gotten a bit of a sense over the last years that it has gotten harder and harder to create a 5-star customer experience, if you will, to your patients and to your staff alike, to be honest. And why is it that these young patients and workers feel more and more demanding? Well, I think I might be able to answer this question by taking you back in time and place, well, to a simpler time, to a simpler place. We're going to the mid-90s to a small English village near the Scottish border, boring little town, but it's just large enough for McDonald's to open up. So fair enough, McDonald's opens, the villagers happily stand in line to queue for their milkshakes, their Big Macs, their Happy Meals. They munch away on their fast food, and life is well in our little town. But what happened at the local post office a single month after McDonald's opened? Well, the post office was absolutely flooded, inundated with complaints. I can't believe I have to wait in line for so long. It's unacceptable. Well, what happened here? Well, it turns out, by the idea of shopping at McDonald's, these villagers got accustomed to the idea of fast-moving lines, to quickness in customer service. And then those evil villagers, they took their expectations from McDonald's and they transferred it to the post office. A completely unrelated entity. This means that the post office was not compared against its performance last month. It was not compared against the performance of the next post office down the road. It was compared against McDonald's. But why am I telling you this? You guys aren't running post offices. Well, I'm telling you this because your patients, your staff are using the sexiest, the sleekest apps that mankind ever created on a daily basis. And this is changing their sets of expectations. Spotify. Any song that you ever listen to, instantly available. That is not what you demand. Uber, it's a seamless transaction. The car magically arrives. You slide in. It delivers you to a destination. You slide out. Seamless. Marvelous. These days, God forbid, if you find yourself in a taxi and you have to tap your credit card at the end, you go, these are 8 seconds I'll never get back. Your expectations are absolutely outrageous. And so are the expectations of every single patient, of every single one of your staff members. That means you need to constantly keep up with the Joneses. You need to make sure that it is very easy to sign into a practice. You need to make sure that it's very easy to book an appointment, that it's very easy to access patient files, and so forth. All of this stuff is now demanded from you. You, of course, do this while investments into future capital expenditure is expensive because interest rates will be higher than you wish for. You'll do this while you have no staff, but hey, you can do it. But this is just one example of how these customer shifts, they just impact absolutely everything. Because all of a sudden we take this for granted and you need to deal with it. This is a brave new world, if you will, that you're dealing with. And we significantly changed the way that we do provide healthcare in this country. So to sum up, what we do know for a fact is that this is a country that continues to keep growing. The positive news here is that Australia also continues to grow its economy because unlike many other places, we are very, very safe in our economic model. Mining, agriculture, tourism, international education. That's how we make our money as a country. None of those 4 strategic pillars is at risk. Even if you increase something like global warming, even if you increase something like global trade wars, geopolitical disruptions, the prices for our products should be in high demand and reasonably high. Our model continues to deliver prosperity to Australia, particularly this is a relative advantage because, for example, our yields are at risk as well from climate change, but only 5 to 6%. If you look at the other big food-growing regions, climate change has a potential much larger impact on them. So global food prices increase, terrible news for the bottom 2 billion people of this planet, great news for food exporter like us. So we'll continue to make money quite easily. Of course, you do have baby boomers consuming healthcare in the coming decade, and that will actually really start to push yet more demand into the healthcare system. So be prepared for this. We can, of course, forecast reasonably precisely what kind of health conditions will emerge. This is very much linked to local data as well. So you can run all of this fun forecasting very, very precisely on a suburb-by-suburb level, more or less. And if you also include stuff like wealth of people, it's much easier to even forecast that. So what we have is the gift of knowing what is coming at us. It's very hard to tackle these challenges, but we have data, we have insights, we can tackle this. On top of this, we add things like actually giving people their own health data, so they can actually be in control of this. And then if they please to do so, they can feed this into, let's call it some sort of AI model, and let's see what it spits back, what kind of healthcare suggestions and preventative health stuff it might suggest to you. But this is something that we should have the right to as users, as citizens, that the data about our own physical health sits with us in one centralized point. Everything else is kind of ludicrous that your own health data sits with someone else. The skills shortage remains. This will be your biggest worry. Quite easy to forecast. We will not see high unemployment. Making this, of course, means that you must be nice to your existing staff. Retention is the name of the game. And also, you must always sell your whole region to future staff. Easier said than done. If your region somehow magically were to make housing relatively cheaper than the neighboring regions, all of a sudden you would get staff. But you see that this, to a degree, is a zero-sum game where we take staff from one area to make sure that your health network is filled. If all of a sudden, magically, housing was 50% cheaper as a thought experiment, many of those problems would be fixed, because you could attract people based on deliverability, based on the joy of working for your network. More people would choose a health or a care profession because they can actually choose their passion rather than just a job that pays. You know, a nurse could easily grab a job that pays more money. And an aged care worker probably too. So why do you choose those professions? Yeah, so this will be very, very hard. So the idea, the need for cheaper housing, yet another cornerstone issue that needs solving. At the moment, spoiler alert, in the next 15 years, neither Labour nor Liberal government will make any major progress towards making housing cheaper. So this remains a problem. That sounded a bit more negative than I did want to end with. So we'll just plaster over this. Quick reminder that the demographer obviously has a social media channel for every generation. For the baby boomers, I'm writing a column in a newspaper. For the youngins, I'm on TikTok. But for you, career-minded mob, I'm on LinkedIn. That's the QR code on the left. Make sure to connect, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Simon, for a very stimulating and interesting presentation. Nothing like a demographic data set presented in the way that you did to get a load of data and digital people well grounded for the next couple of days ahead. Again, thank you very much for that. Let's thank Simon again. And if I could ask the presenters for the next session, Zor and Simon and Mitch, to come up and grab a seat on the stage, that'd be great. So thank you for the invitation to chair the next session. Fortunately for you, you're not going to have to listen to my ramblings. You're going to have much more stimulating presenters to help provide you with great grounding and information about what some of our key stakeholders in the digital and data space are actually doing in the current space. I think we've seen a lot of change and development in this particular space recently, and we're going to see a lot more by the sounds of things in the years to come. There's been an increasing focus of government at both state and federal and state level to working with and taking hold of, if you want, by the scruff of the neck, the data and digital space, and starting to move us towards what we might sort of term and see as a much more organised approach to how we use, collect, analyse and learn from and make decisions against good health data. It's been an area that has frustrated many for a long time. There is so much information out there that's stored in thousands of different spaces with thousands of different definitional backgrounds to define it. It's very, very difficult in some respects to conceive of how we can actually bring all this together. But our next three presenters are certainly working hard on this particular piece of work. For PHNs, the digital future has been core to our role. We collect data, we analyse it, we use it on a local level, and we want to continue to be able to do that. And as we move into a space of more organised and centralised data collection, I think one of the questions for all of us remains how we're going to continue to be able to access and use information at the local level in a timely and efficient way. System-level partnership is inevitable and it's a necessity in relation to this, and the next vital step in this is more collective large-scale aggregation and harnessing of the knowledge that we all work with on a day-to-day basis. Our presenters in this session will talk to us from three quite different perspectives about how they're engaging with stakeholders and data to improve our understanding of how our system meets the needs of those that it serves. These are all key interface points for PHNs, and we look forward to learning more about the work that's currently going on and how we can more effectively engage with it. So our first presenter today is from Queensland. As the primary deliverer for health and hospital services for the population of Queensland, our next presenter serves to provide an excellent basis for us to consider how state health authorities engage and partner to exploit health data in the delivery of high-quality health and hospital services to populations. Damien Green brings an extensive experience in digital health transformation to his role as Deputy Director General of Corporate Services at Queensland Health. He was formerly the Deputy Director General of eHealth in Queensland, where he led Queensland's significant digital modernisation agenda, including the ICT response to the COVID-19 pandemic and the expansion of virtual healthcare. As the former CIO at Gold Coast Health, Damien's leadership was instrumental in Gold Coast's health journey to becoming a fully digital hospital. A fellow of both the Australian College of Health Service Management and the Australian Institute of Digital Health, Damien is also the board chair of the Australian Institute of Digital Health and a board director on the Gold Coast Primary Health Network. He has a strong commitment to advancing data and digital innovation in healthcare. So welcome, Damien.
Thank you and good morning. This presentation I'm going to give is probably a bit different to what a PHN audience might be expecting. I'm going to give you a walkthrough of some of the thinking that I've been going through as the Deputy Director General for Corporate Services for the last 18 months as we begin to pivot from our COVID response and think about how we can drive a more productive health system. For many periods before that, in my eHealth role or in my Gold Coast Health role, I was very much engaged in the conversation about how digital systems would enable frontline clinical care, the use of information to then make better decisions at the forefront of clinicians. But one thing I've always been interested was the amount of clutter that impacted a clinician life just in the way that health itself works. And when the opportunity came across to step sideways into the corporate services role, I guess what I was really attracted to in the role, besides the breadth of it, was this idea that maybe there was something that I could do to help simplify the way that the health system works, and I'll explore some of that with you today. So I'll just repeat my own acknowledgement and acknowledge the traditional custodians on the lands on which I'm speaking today, acknowledge their elders past, present and emerging, and I'd also like to acknowledge anyone in the room who identifies as First Nations. It's a pleasure to be with you and to learn from you. So for those who, I've gone a bit fast there, for those who don't know too much about Queensland Health, we're over 105,000 FTE. If you look at it on a head count, it's about 130,000 people. That tells you something about the gravitation towards part-time work and in our system. And we expect that headcount to get up to about 151,000 by 2030, so growing at a phenomenal rate. a budget of 28.9 billion, and at the moment, about 14 billion of that is on employee expenses and rising. And I'd like to acknowledge and thank you all for getting me out of enterprise bargaining negotiations for a day. We've got 500 plus facilities across a very disparate landmass with very low population centres, which means the maintenance bill for all those facilities for a state like ours is pretty enormous. And then a rising instance of what we see is these 134,000 payroll forms that are processed every night, this payroll machine that I run that grinds into action every fortnight and spits out these huge payrolls each fortnight without a hitch. And you might be saying, well, if you've only got 105 FTE, why are there 134? Payroll forms that we're generating, but this is also another complexity of our system when we deal with concurrent employment, people doing two jobs or working in different roles across the system, and that complexity is part of the issues that we have managing a system. So in a portfolio like corporate services, where I've got HR, I've got finance, I've got supply, I've got procurement, I've got legal, got everything that you can think of under the sun probably, but you begin to see that complexity at work. But also the challenges, particularly all the silos that exist, and the challenge has been for someone like me, whether it be in my e-health role or in the corporate services role, is we've got all this data and all these systems, and how do I unlock it? How can we use it? But more importantly, how can we use it in a different way? And so instead of looking back at what performance might have been, we can look ahead and project and predict. Very much, I guess, what Simon was just encouraging us to start thinking about in terms of the future of our health system. So the message I had for my team when I joined was to start thinking of ourselves as an enabler of our frontline clinicians, to start thinking about our role or our mission to improve the day-to-day experience of clinicians by delivering services that enabled operational excellence at the front line. To be a trusted partner, whether it be in advice about where the system was heading. In procurement, for instance, we see a lot of spend go through our organisation. I manage $1 billion budget, which is effectively cost of goods sold of what we spend, what we procure in Queensland Health. And we can insert ourselves into the conversations with frontline clinicians about making better choices around what we spend and where, and reducing some of that variation. And so I'll give you a taste of some of those conversations that we're having across the system in those different portfolios to unlock data and drive better decision making. Because I think if you step back in terms of our roles in PHN, particularly where we've got to lean in and support the most vulnerable, where services might overlook, in many ways our challenge is to think very much as that corporate services partner, looking at all those different entities, looking at that complexity in which those vulnerable consumers need to navigate, and think about what's the most productive, efficient way that we can get them where they need to be safely and without hassle. So transformation is a bit of a buzzword and what I've learned about when people use a word, I often ask them, so what are you talking about? When you use the word transformation, what do you actually mean? What are you talking about? And usually what I find in the conversations that someone's usually got an idea about trying to improve customer experience, do something different to improve customer experience, or do something to make the organisation a bit more efficient, do more with less, or at least even more with the same amount. So transformation is kind of those two things. It's doing more to improve service experience, but it's also doing more with the dollar that we're given. And I guess successful transformation is when you can take those steps that move you forward incrementally at a fast pace, which is why I always say, think big, start small and scale fast. And I guess that's a mission that my team has been embarking on for the last 2 years, about how do we lay the foundations so that we are able to make those agile small pivots and improve customers, whether it be improve our service to clinicians, make it easier for them to get paid or to procure the next good of service, or to get the materials into their warehouses to support hospital care, or to do more with less. And particularly as we begin to make better choices about what we procure, how we supply, how we prepare our system for the next shock. So there's significant opportunity for someone like me in our portfolio. So, as I mentioned earlier, our labour expense is about $14 billion. And if you look back at the data, and it's great to see Zoran here, I've been using AIHW data quite extensively recently, I can see that we're delivering a lot more activity than we used to, but that growth has been achieved at a slower rate. And that's to do with a whole lot of things, particularly around the Commonwealth funding cap. But I guess what's blatantly obvious to me is that it's probably not a sustainable trajectory that we're on as a health system. We continue to generate more activity at marginal cost and try and make inroads into the efficiency of the health system, particularly around reducing non-labour spend. Meanwhile, I'm out there negotiating with the QNMU. I would like to get a $1.8 billion wages bill across the line. They'd like me to get something like a $2.8 billion wages bill across the line. We've just got in principle agreement with the medical officers, which has got to be put to vote. That in addition, that's about another just shy of $1 billion of additional cost that is going into the health system over the next 3 years with no additional productive output, just the wages deal that's been increased. You can see what I mean about this trajectory that we're on, this rising cost curve as a health system. So our traditional approach for trying to drive efficiency from that non-labour expense, or trying to move the deck chairs around in terms of the way we operate as a system, is not a sustainable path. And how do we begin to solve that challenge? So my main mandate has been to look at ways that we're operating as a health system and think about how we can use and explore the use of data in different ways internally within the organisation, both to help us think about how we plan and use our key resources, and labour being one of them, how we can improve our efficiency, and what we can do to improve our strategic decision making, to do what Simon was doing, think ahead and plan more effectively. Both in terms of assessing the workforce against the activity that's coming in, and assessing opportunities to align that workforce with activity and compare it across our peer sites, including hospital and health services, including like facilities, so that we can begin to see what good looks like, what the median is telling us, and make better decisions across the system to inform improvement and hopefully sustain the health system. So to do all that work, we've been quietly undertaking what we called a corporate transformation process, focused on understanding what tools we need to have in place to drive improved workforce productivity in the system. Now, a lot of it's also enabling us to do great things like process automation. So I can tell you quite proudly that I've reduced in my own accounts payable team the need to employ additional 5 FTE, simply by the mere fact that we've turned on a whole lot of bots in our workflow engines that basically help us drive more revenue, capture revenue without employing more FTE to do it. And that's great because it means I can keep corporate spend flat and ensure that growth in budget goes to frontline care, which is the scenario for process automation, procurement transformation underway. We're targeting over the next 3 years to take $200 million of cost out of our system through better procurement spend. And well on the way to that, we achieved 81. We reduced procurement spend last year by $81 million, and didn't impact outcomes. We've been successfully rolling out, a bit behind New South Wales, an integrated rostering platform across the state. We've successfully deployed it across all our entire statewide nursing workforce. The hard ones, doctors, admin officers, operational efficiency are yet to come. And we're migrating all our HR and finance and asset management systems to a single common platform in the cloud, which means I'll be able to, for the first time, provide an ecosystem that links both our clinical data, our activity data, with our finance and cost data and our HR and workforce data, assets that we can begin to do some of that, begin to pull and do some of that thinking about projecting what our activity and forecasts might look like. So a substantial investment for us, big technology project behind it. This won't mean much to this audience, but it's our Corporate Enterprise Solutions Renewal Program, which is chaired by the executive, all the HR executive, the Chief HR Officer, Chief Financial Officer, thinking about that roadmap, engaging with our broader system around what they need our corporate IT systems to do so that we're able to be in a position to support them. So, and a good example of that would be how we use HR data to think ahead about where those gaps might be in the workforce line. And currently, it takes a request to fill, to get someone in a seat from the moment a vacancy is identified, roughly takes about 3 months or 55 working days by our clock. Based on the work that we're doing with our AI-ready tools, we're reducing that request to fill time to about 30 days, 32 days is the average that our modelling is showing. But the trick will be to make sure that as we deploy these tools to the front line, that we've got systems and processes that give staff that feedback so that they can hold themselves to account to meeting that benchmark, which means that they need to do things differently, to use the tools in a different way to undertake that recruitment. So very exciting stuff if there's someone like me who's been using IT systems pretty much all their lives and thinking about taking from instead of deploying IEMRs, to think about how I can make this HR, finance, asset management, procurement stuff more interesting and relevant to the frontline clinicians. And I'm frankly loving it. So far, in terms of our review and analysis that the team's been doing, and by the way, I'll talk a bit more about partnership. What we can see right now is that our workforce growth is growing faster than our activity growth, and our workforce growth is growing in seniority. So that is the average seniority of our FTE is increasing, so less juniors, more seniors. And we're also seeing across the state that the growth is not consistent by professional stream. In fact, we can see even wide variation between different parts of the system, between professions and streams. And stepping back, when you begin to aggregate the cost data, the activity data and the HR data, you begin to get a sense that, despite all this activity, we're not getting that we're not that much more productive. And something to do with service expansions, turning on new hospitals, creating new tertiary services, and deploying more digital assets is impacting that productivity. In other words, we can improve the way we're doing things today to think about how we grow the system. And a big what stand out for me is the massive growth in non-patient facing roles. It's grown at a much higher rate, steeper rate than our patient facing roles, but clinical positions. So things like nurse educators, nurse navigators, etc., kind of on the periphery patient facing, what we'd call frontline support roles, but nevertheless growing at a significant rate. So all of this means that we're building a pathway to transformation, which is about collaboration with our clinicians, about collaboration with people like Simon and others who are experts in data and can teach us new tricks, to start thinking about outside the square and think about what we can do to work differently. And our solutions involve new statewide pathways, evidence-based best practice models of care development, standardising our corporate functions across the state, and making sure that we're beginning to now plan our workforce and aligning to pressure areas and be more agile about that. And I was just doing some rough numbers before I came up. We roughly think, just on current data, it's a bit old, the data set I was using, can save probably about $86 million a year alone just in better use of our nursing labour spend, optimising how we deploy that and standardise that. So partnership, new skills with IT experts, investing in new platforms, and co-creating solutions with IT experts, data experts, consumers and clinicians at the front line. What I'm still seeing today is the same of what I spoke about 10 years ago. It needs leadership, we need stewardship across the system, and we need to all be working outside of our silos, particularly PHNs beginning to influence the strategic agenda of hospital and health services. I'd like to thank you for the time that, and hopefully in this quick snapshot, has inspired some thinking, and I'll be around to take some questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Damien. I'm amazed, 32 days to recruit. Can you come down to Tasmania? It's about 32 months to recruit in the state health system down there, I think, at the moment. I think that's on a good year, decade maybe. Thank you very much for that. And it's amazing to see, when you actually translate this out to a whole of country perspective, the size of the machine that we have people trying to work and mould different and craft different solutions within. We're talking billions of dollars for one state. Extrapolate that out to the whole country. It is a massive machine that we're working in. And it's easy to see why we get frustrated sometimes when things go a little bit slower than we might have wanted. I forgot to mention at the beginning, please use the app for questions. If you have any specific questions, we're probably not going to have time for many at the end. We are running a little bit behind at the moment, but please, if you've got questions, put them into the app and we'll try and pick those up if we have time. Our next presenter is known to many, Dr. Zoran Bolovic, who was appointed the AIHW Chief Executive in June 2024. Prior to his appointment as CEO of AIHW, Dr. Bolovic was the Chief Executive of eHealth New South Wales and the Chief Information Officer for New South Wales Health, responsible for planning, implementing and supporting a digitally enabled, integrated and patient-centric health information environment. During his prior 25-year career, Dr. Bolovic worked in a range of senior health management, information and communication technology leadership roles in Australia and New Zealand. Before joining eHealth New South Wales, Dr. Bolovic worked at New South Wales Health as Executive Director for Health System Information and Performance Reporting and as Acting Deputy Secretary for System Purchasing and Performance. He served as a member of the AIHW board from 2016 to 24, and he's a Doctor of Medicine and has an MBA with distinction. So please welcome Dr. Zoran Bolovic.
Thank you very much, Phil, for that generous introduction. Good morning, colleagues. I am very excited to be here at this inaugural Data and Digital Showcase organized by PHNs. It is great to be here. Thank you, Phil. Thank you, conference organizers, for inviting the AIHW to be part of this momentous event. The program looks fantastic. I will be around all day today and most of tomorrow, and I look forward to hearing about what you guys are all doing to advance data analytics, digital health in primary healthcare in Australia to improve the health outcomes of Australians. It's such an exciting agenda, and it's great to be on this panel with my good old colleagues Damien and Mitch. Damien and I go way back and have worked very closely together when I was the CEO of eHealth New South Wales, and Damien ran eHealth Queensland. I'm pleased to see he's still doing amazing work in Queensland Health. I have since switched from digital health to my other big love, which of course is data and analytics in health, and that's what I'll be talking about. Now, Simon, what an amazing presentation. I have finally met a data influencer, and I am very impressed. I have to say, though, Simon, we have to introduce you to the AIHW's Burden of Disease study, and you can have a look at it, and it's got lots of interesting information, which I know PHNs are using for their regional health needs assessments often, about what conditions are causing most burden in the Australian society and economy. And also we have a great web page on prevalence and impact of mental illness. So you can look it up there, and it's not a fluke. That peak that you've shown is not a fluke, it is real. Okay, I think, Phil, we are pressed for time. I'll have to go through my slide deck very quickly, but if I do run out of time and Phil needs to move me off the stage, here's the summary. The AIHW is committed to strong, lasting, sustainable partnership with primary health networks, with the policy leadership of the Department of Health, Disability and Ageing. We have an amazing opportunity to really radically improve and enhance the data analytics landscape in primary healthcare in Australia and make a significant contribution to health outcomes through meaningful use of data. We have to work together in partnership, building on what you have already achieved, and what you've already achieved is amazing. We will do that through joint governance, focus on good standards, learning from each other, developing capability, including our analytical workforce in the system, developing more consistency and a good data model that will enable us all to work towards the same destination, but again, building on what you guys have already been doing for many, many years. So that's my pitch, and let me now try and go through some of the slides very quickly. I too would like to start by acknowledging traditional owners and custodians of this land on which we meet today and pay my respect to their elders, past, present, and emerging. I really enjoyed the welcome to country, and I would like to say I'm very proud of the Institute's contribution to better understanding of First Nations health and well-being. We have a dedicated group within the Institute that specialises in this and provides depth of data and information, including at regional levels, and we have a specialised website for regional insights for First Nations communities, something that I'm very, very proud of. They do amazing work. I assume many of you are already familiar with the Institute. A 20-second introduction. We are a board-governed, independent, statutory Commonwealth agency. We've been around for about 38 years. We are fully dedicated to collecting, analysing, using, reporting, interpreting health and welfare data. We do that always in partnership with the Commonwealth, with states and territories who are often our data suppliers, but also increasing with PHNs, with research communities, and so on and so on. We maintain and administer various sorts of data standards, which I will touch on in a second. It's very important. It's an important ingredient for our success. So I keep coming back to data standards and something that does matter. We've recently refreshed, new CEO, you know how it goes, our strategic plan. This is our new strategy on a page, a complex slide. I don't propose to go through for you this morning. I assume that you will get the slide deck, you can have a look at it, but really our vision remains unchanged. We believe in improving health and welfare of all Australians through stronger evidence leading to better decisions at all levels in our complex delivery systems. There are some specific outcomes that typically our data and information support. It's used to inform policy-making cycle, to guide service planning and delivery of services, assessing and monitoring performance, workforce planning. You heard from Damien a second ago how important workforce is in health, evaluating outcomes, informing the public. Pretty much everything we do, we put on our website, which contains a lot of very rich information. And we're very proud of our contribution to medical and health research in Australia. There are dozens and dozens and dozens of research projects that are constantly underway or being applied for that use AIHW data. And what's interesting about us, we don't have just health data, but under one roof, we also have information about aged care, disability, homelessness, child protection, justice, mental health, and the list goes on and on. But what's enabling us to be good at what we do is something that Australia actually should be reasonably proud of. That maybe 20, 30 years ago, this process of data standardization started in Australia. As a result of it, and really good engagement and joint governance, many national minimum data sets were developed over the years. There are currently 20 of them. On top of that, there are 100 plus various other national data collections which we manage at different levels of standardization. But these standards are good, they're important because they enable comparability and quality of data, which underpins great decision making. What you will notice is that primary care data is not amongst our NMDSs. It's part of the reason why I'm here today, because we believe that the time has come to contemplate having a national primary healthcare data collection. But we do have a presence in primary care. The AIHW is active in primary care and have been for a number of years. That QR code will take you to our web page on all things primary care as we know it in AIHW. The top 3 bullet points provide examples of the sorts of reports that we regularly produce that are broken down to PHN level. The 4th one is our PIP-QI reporting. Conan Liu and his team are here. Please feel free to interact with them. They've got 4 beautiful posters that they will present to all of you tomorrow as well. I can't wait for it. But they're doing awesome work in the PIP-QI space. As you know, it's an impressive array of information, 10 quality improvement measures, more than 6,000 practices now participating, 20 million clients. That's pretty impressive. We also play a role in supporting you with accessing and using UCC data, and we're working with the Digital Health Agency and the department, I can see Simon down there, to reignite the work on the secondary use of My Health Record. So that's really quite exciting. Probably not something I can cover off in a lot of depth today, but we're working with the department and the agency on the kind of next phase of that process. We've done some trials in the previous years, and we would like to reignite that work. My Health Record is an amazing source of data for analytics, so it is time to dip into it as well, of course, again, under very strict governance. So that's kind of where we're at, but where we're going is actually potentially quite exciting. There are lots of really important trends one can ponder about. We've got ongoing digitization of healthcare. Pretty much all of general practice uses some kind of a digital system these days. And thanks to the efforts of people like Damien and other colleagues, states and territories are busy implementing comprehensive electronic medical records. So the whole system is digitizing like crazy. We've got better data management and analytical tools. AI is coming in. Data linkage capabilities are maturing. We've got very strong data linkage centers in all states and territories and nationally. and some of our data governance models like 5 safes are becoming more and more useful. And what all of that leads to is we are now seeing emergence of a much richer data analytics landscape, another complex graph which you can look at your leisure, but really a modern data analytics environment in any kind of an organization or a system like ours these days covers everything from data for enhancing patient care at the point of care to understanding outcomes, underpinned by modern infrastructure like the cloud infrastructure that Damien talked about, advanced analytics, including predictive analytics, and of course operational efficiency and financial performance, which again Damien touched on. But all of that together is what you will typically find in a modern data analytics shop anywhere in the developed world. 3 key points there. Digital health and analytics are converging. The traditional primary use of data for clinical care and secondary use of data for statistics for people like ABS and AIHW, those boundaries are starting to blur and come closer together. There is greater demand for linked data because people want to understand what's happening with people across the continuum and across the lifetime. And of course, the rise of AI. It is here, it has arrived, it's no longer just hype, and we have to look at how we can apply. These are just some examples of how AIHW is starting to adopt AI. No surprises there. We are a data company or data organization, so we use AI to help us with improving data quality, classifying, coding, translating, de-identifying, all those sorts of otherwise very manually intense tasks. We are starting to use AI for that. The other contribution we are making to this new, richer data landscape is through data linkage. Our contribution to that is what we call the National Health Data Hub. This is now the largest linked data asset and linkage system in Australia. All of those things that are listed there are present in the NHDH and linked. Data is de-identified, and this is what's starting to really now turbocharge not just our work in the Institute, but also a lot of research that is going on these linked data sets. And as you can see there, we have a rather lively agenda of adding more data to the NHDH, working also very closely with our colleagues in ABS, who have another amazing system called PLIDA. So PLIDA and NHDH together really open up an incredible array of opportunities to use linked data in Australia. These are just some examples of the projects that are currently about 50 projects live in NHDH. These are some examples. You will notice the word pathway appearing in these boxes a lot. No surprises there. If you have a linked data set, you can track patients across the continuum and you can track cohorts over time. So it's really useful for analyzing what happens with people as they travel across these complex systems. Our vision is that over time, in partnership with all of you, we can start building a national health data system that kind of lives up to this principle of supplying data once and using it many times, and ideally increasingly linking it and making that linkage interoperable so it can also occur at state and regional levels rather than it being just some kind of a magic black box somewhere in Canberra. So that's kind of the opportunity field. We can leverage this potential of linked data, big data, create increasingly patient-centric ecosystem, align those primary and secondary uses of data. They're starting to blur anyway, and use AI. But there are also lots of limitations. Some of them are about data and technology, others are about people and process. On the data and technology side, I would probably call data gaps. So even though we are swimming in data, we still have some significant gaps. And primary care, arguably, it could be argued is one of them. And the other one on the data and technology side, in my view, we are still under-investing or not perhaps investing smartly enough in analytical capabilities in Australia compared to, for instance, the money we're investing in digital health. On the people and process side, our governance and legislative frameworks are a bit of a mess and really need a reform in its own right to make it more streamlined and more aligned between the Commonwealth and the states. And we also have a real skill and capacity gap. And one of my messages to you is the AIHW is really keen to partner with PHNs to see how we can build analytical and data management capability together, whether it's through secondments or through staff exchanges or communities of practice. Let's work on that together. So it is all about capacity building, putting good governance in place, working together to build our capabilities in the system, hopefully harmonize and streamline that legislation and those very often very confusing and competing frameworks, and then investing strategically in the sorts of technologies that will really take us forward as a nation. Now, in terms of the data gaps, this slide comes from a project we're currently working on for the Department of Health. They've tasked us with developing a new performance assessment framework for Australian health. And one of the aspects of that project is looking at where, in spite of swimming in seas of data, we still have some gaps. And you can see this is what the project team have come up with through consultation. These 6 pillars or 7 pillars are the key data gaps that we currently have. And as you can see there, the third pillar is primary care, in the sense that as a national kind of construct, we don't really have a solid, beyond MBS and PBS, we don't really have a solid national primary care data set. And this is where partnership comes in. We need to work together to first understand what the key issues are, undertake some data demonstration projects. I'll show you a couple of examples of that. The AIHW very much is taking a learning approach. We need to learn from you and with you in terms of what's already happening and what the data that you are currently curating, using, managing, what is its quality, and what sorts of questions it is able to answer. And then we can work together towards that construct of a more nationally consistent primary care data collection. And then, of course, the last one is this exciting national data linkage project. We are part of that project, and I know it features strongly on the program, so I don't need to talk much about it because you will have detailed presentations about that over the next couple of days, but we are very excited about that project too. Some of the data demonstration projects that we are currently engaged with, one we've already finished on Simon's favorite topic, dementia. So that's already done. We used aggregate data and learned a lot about the value of that data for understanding burden of dementia in Australia. Currently working with WAFA on a couple of really interesting projects to understand physical outcomes of people with mental illness, and exploring prevalence of various sorts of health conditions to see whether GP data or primary care data you are custodians of can improve our understanding of burden of disease. Also working with Outcome Health down in Melbourne on a couple of projects that you can see there, including very exciting project where we are looking to use AI to automate coding for reason of visit data using natural language processing. So through all of those projects we are learning and we're building on what you guys are already doing. But once we have developed with the PHNs and the department an appropriate governance model and a good data governance framework, we believe that the next step is to work together to start solidifying our collective view as to what is a nationally consistent data model. Again, we can build on the good work that Andrew and his team in Wentwest have been doing for a few years. We're not starting from scratch, but you can see that we've got some ideas as to how we can progress that over several waves in consultation with PHNs. So next steps from our perspective is we're having discussions with a number of colleagues from the PHN space about how we can put joint governance in place with PHNs and Department of Health to oversee this kind of strategic data development direction, work together on that standard data model and data dictionary, also linking strongly with Kate and her work in SPARC and CSIRO so that those interoperability standards and statistical data standards are completely aligned. We need to look at some targeted investments in these data analytics platforms, capability building. Again, my call out to all of you is let's talk about how we can share some capabilities and expertise and learn from each other. And finally, I think today and next couple of days we'll showcase lots of examples of how this data can really make a significant difference to health of Australians. It is really through the use of data and creation of insights and support for the quality decision making that we will make a difference. It's not the data for the sake of data, it's data for the sake of improving health outcomes. Thank you.
That was great, thanks, Zoran. And I think this is tremendously exciting to hear the extent to which terms like partnership, collaboration, etc., in relation to this work are now commonplace. They're not things that we are hoping might exist, they are outward intentions in relation to these big pieces of work, which I think will be transformative in terms of the work that we do at a local level, but also I think enable, as Zoran said, have we got a gap-filling solution for you in primary healthcare data, an opportunity for us to contribute strongly to that national picture where that might not have existed so much previously. Our third presenter is from Healthdirect Australia, Mitchell Berger. He is the Chief Insights Officer at Healthdirect, where he leads analytics, privacy, data governance, research and evaluation. He has extensive leadership experience across federal, state and local governments, spanning acute, primary, community and virtual care. Prior to joining Healthdirect, Mitchell was Director of Strategy, Architecture and Innovation and Research at Sydney Local Health District and an Adjunct Senior Lecturer in Biomedical Informatics and Digital Health at the University of Sydney. He holds a Master of Public Health from the University of New South Wales and has undertaken research into the responsible implementation of artificial intelligence in public health. Please welcome Mitchell.
I know we are running over, so I was already going to go pretty quick through this. I'm going to try and go faster, and I thought, Zoran, your idea of providing a summary up front was a really good one. The takeaway I want you to take from my talk is the potentiality of Healthdirect's data holdings. So I'm not going to sort of dwell on any one insight. I want you to sort of get the gestalt of it and be inspired to see it as a potential data resource that you can use. So that's the sort of message, and I think, you know, our next steps are about how we can make it easier through the existing infrastructure that people like Zoran's talked about for you to access it. So that's the core message of my talk, and I'll sort of probably jump around pretty quickly. To start, I'd like to add my acknowledgement of the traditional owners of the land on which we meet today. That's the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation. I'll talk a little bit about Healthdirect because we're a pretty small organisation in the health system. Not many, you know, surprisingly few people know about us. And then I'll give you examples of how our data are used. So I'll show some data charts. I can't believe Damien and Zoran didn't show a single chart in either of their bloody presentations. I mean, that's embarrassing, guys. Like, come on. And then I'll talk about some examples. Yeah. So about Healthdirect, we're a really weird organisation. We're wholly owned by all Australian governments, shareholders of the Australian health ministers. We're very fortunate to have both Commonwealth and all states and territory governments around us. We have this really great position at the intersection of primary and acute health systems. And our job is to provide trustworthy advice and connection to the right care 24/7. So that is our job in the Australian healthcare system. But we also operate quite a broad portfolio of other services. So you'll see a few that you might recognise from PHN land, so Medicare, mental health. We also operate the aged care telephone line. We have infrastructure like video call. We operate a very, very large virtual general practice service as well, which is a general practice service of last resort if you can't access a general practitioner in your region. So quite a broad portfolio of services. And last calendar year, about just over 73 million interactions with people across the health system. So very high frequency touch points with Australian consumers. And I'll just draw your attention, for everyone, most people know us as a sort of telephone line where you get nursing advice. For every one of those, 14 digital interactions. So it is a very, very heavily digitally centric organisation. And you can imagine with that volume of interactions, we generate, now you don't have to just, again, the gestalt of it, okay? You don't have to read it. Generates very, very rich, real-time, high-frequency, deep data holdings, which we think are, you know, and our strategic plan says, government shareholders want us to promote use of this to inform policy decisions, to inform population health surveillance. So that's, again, the message today. you can see some example use cases because I'm sort of out here shilling for you using this sort of data hauling. All right, some examples now. So enhancing population health surveillance. So we think that it's a great potential source to augment existing sources, so to add to existing sources that you're already using in your day-to-day operations. So just to start with, our data holdings are fairly representative of the general population. Here I've just picked on rurality and First Nations status. We skew a bit female, we skew into specific age categories a little bit as well. Now, the first one is burden of disease. We've talked a little bit about that burden of disease. So this is a grouping on condition of people presenting to our helpline. It's a predicted condition from our AI-enabled clinical decision support system. Okay, so it captures a range of symptoms. It uses a Bayesian reasoner, computes a condition which we don't use because it's not registered as a medical device yet. We're going through that at the moment. And we can group and see what people are presenting with escalating symptoms across our services. Okay, so burden of disease, one. Syndromic surveillance. So I picked on three PHNs here and just showed the seasonal trend in people presenting across our services with influenza-like illness. So we've grouped symptoms according to the definition of influenza-like illness. This shows you the seasonal pattern. And there are geographic, as you would imagine, geographic differences in the presentation rate. Now, this is mental health. So this is cases presenting across our two channels, the phone line and the digital symptom checker, presenting with mental health related conditions. And that reveals, we think, differences in health-seeking behaviours, and in particular the importance of the digital channel. So on the right-hand side, you can see this is the digital-only symptom checker, and you can see the huge majority of use is like in the middle of the night. So this is people going on the symptom checker in the middle of the night, presenting with symptoms relating to mental health conditions. So a very important channel to complement the phone line. So you can see in the phone line, it's sort of early evening, sociable after hours, where the majority of the interactions occur. So these sort of patterns of utilisation can really provide insight into how people are using services that are specific to particular conditions. Okay, monitoring utilisation and targeting. Again, I'll go quite quickly through this. Here, again, you can't really, it's probably a bit small, but you can see this is all PHNs, normalised use of Healthdirect services. Okay, so the average is that red line in the middle, and you can see there are pretty marked differences in the population normalised rate of use of Healthdirect services across PHNs. So this is sort of interesting, like I've picked on Hunter, New England and Western Sydney there. Now, the question is, why is this occurring? We don't really know a lot about this. This is what we're working on right at the moment. Then we can cut it by socio-demographic factors. You can see First Nations populations or people who identify as First Nations have conspicuously higher rates of population normalised use. Now, there are probably a range of factors that are driving this. Again, it's great for us to be able to see that we're promoting or at least achieving equity of access here across our services. Now, if we 2x2 this, I'll try and explain this quickly. Number of GPs, number of residents per GP on the bottom. So higher is worse for accessibility. And then use of Healthdirect on the y-axis. And you can see there are a couple of PHNs here. We're picking on New South Wales PHNs just to declutter the chart. So South West Sydney and Western Sydney, obviously fewer GPs per resident and relatively lower average normalised use. So this gives us an idea of where we might need to promote use of Healthdirect to address difficulties in accessing general practice services. Similarly, there seems to be a correlation between utilisation and proportion of people whose birthplace is not in Australia. So, or an inverse relationship, I should say. So, you know, this underscores, we've got a big program at the moment to invest in machine translation across our services portfolio because we think this is a big factor in driving differential rates of use across our services. It's really hard though, translation, but it's better. We've sort of benchmarked it against the Commonwealth TIS service. It's not perfect, but it's better than TIS and it's cheaper. So we think this is an example of where AI can address these sorts of inequities. All right, quickly evaluating impact. This calendar year to date, more than 60% of people who were originally intending to go to ED were safely diverted to lower acuity pathways. So this is one of the core benefits of Healthdirect. So we are taking people with escalating symptoms who would otherwise have gone to emergency department, and we're diverting them to lower acuity pathways. So that's the core benefit. But that is so reliant on our partners. So that's you, and that's the state and territory healthcare systems. So that diversion cannot occur without alternate pathways. So we've picked on Hunter New England again here, and you can see here in this chart, the red band in the middle is urgent care, and you can see as that increases, and also the virtual GPs there, the proportion of people who we're sending to ED remains flat, even though the volume of triages is going up. So the importance of having these alternate pathways is really crucial to our capacity to operate within the system effectively. Here's another example, a couple of PHNs here where Hunter New England, Eastern Melbourne and Adelaide, where there are very mature alternate pathway infrastructures, have significantly lower rates of referral to ED from our services. So again, reinforcing the criticality of having pathways within regions and within states to the efficacy of our capacity to safely divert people and contribute to the cost effectiveness of the health system. Okay, and I wanted to flag this because we sort of aggregate demand in Healthdirect, high frequency, and that will potentially in future offer the opportunity to increase the precision of our referrals into more bespoke services. So that's something where, if you're operating a very small or a very specific health service, so this one on the right-hand side is for eating disorders, it's a digital therapy, evidence-based, how do you get enough people into those services to make it viable? You make a pathway from the national virtual front door. So this is something that we really want to work with you closely on, given the capacity of PHNs to know what services exist within your regions and the specificity of them. Now, very, very briefly again, some other examples of how Healthdirect data are being used. In the cyclone response, I mentioned this, I think, when I was last speaking to PHNs, the fact that we were able to keep opening hours up to date on the NHSD was crucial to people being able to find health services and to know which were open and not during the cyclone response. Equity, so this is Deakin University using NHSD, so National Health Services Directory data, to map the distance to the nearest GP. And you can see there's, regions where, obviously there are no GPs in some areas. So this is really important from understanding equity of access. Syndromic surveillance, I mentioned, we're providing data to the interim CDC. So you should hopefully from next week on, you'll see Healthdirect data included in the respiratory infectious disease weekly reporting. So we already provide to states like Victoria syndromic surveillance data, but we're working to incorporate that into broader national reporting to add to the data system used for population health monitoring. Zoran's mentioned linkage. First time in 10 years, we've contributed data using Zoran talked about technology advancement in this space. We're using privacy preserving record linkage to do this. It's a relatively new capability, but it means that we can link data without ever disclosing personal information. So it's highly secure, provably private. It's great. It's allowed it to do us for the first time in 10 years. And then I think to finish, I'll talk about sustainability. So, you know, one of the things about AI is incredibly emissions intensive, so we need to be conscious of that. I think we need to be conscious of the health system contribution to emissions. It's about 5.4% of Australia's emissions at the moment. We've invested in applied research to try and gauge the impact of diverting people from physical face-to-face to virtual health services and the emissions abatement impact that that has. My colleague Rachel is presenting that at MedInfo, and we'll release it, all that modelling after that. So this is, I think, a really crucial complement to cost effectiveness research, is showing how you can impact sustainability outcomes through increasing digitisation and virtualisation. And I think I'll finish there, and again, I'm happy to answer questions at the end. Thank you.
Thanks, Mitch. I'm going to call you out on one thing. I mean, seriously, infectiology. Where did that come from? I invented the term electronicisation. I know bullshit when I hear it. Infectiology is just...
No. We take that fee from a Polish company. Yeah, I know, those words...
I've got a Polish brother-in-law. I know what you're dealing with there.
We're going to use SNOMED terms. Yeah, don't. Sorry.
Fantastic. Look, thanks very much. And look, there are only a couple of questions that came through. We're running significantly behind for morning tea, and I don't want to keep you between your cup of coffee and the next session. So for those couple of people who had questions, please ping these guys in the morning tea break. They're very happy to be accosted, violently or otherwise, I'm quite sure. So do what you need to do to get your question answered. But I think, you know, it's fantastic to see and hear what's happening in this space at the, let's say, meso level in terms of state, but also at that larger macro level where PHNs, I think, really can be significant partners in the important work that lies ahead in understanding how our system can better respond to the, let's say, somewhat frightening scenario that we heard about in the demographic session at the beginning. So please, let's thank our three presenters again, and then go and enjoy some morning tea.
Oh, have I been to... I'm just going to say, for morning tea, please go. If you've got special dietaries, it's just near the coffee machine, near the barista. And if we could come back at 12:10 at the latest, and then we're only running 10 minutes behind. Thank you. That might be a good way of getting attention.
Not quite the ding, ding, ding.
Not quite the ding ding. All right, if everyone can please come in as fast as you can and take a seat. We are cracking on. Consider yourselves satiated for the next hour of riveting entertainment about data integration and interoperability. All right, so I have been asked to make a public service announcement. We did suggest that you might want to make some questions submitted to our panel, and we would love to be able to get to the point where we can have that discussion. So if I can just direct you through the app that you hopefully have all downloaded. If you go to the agenda, which is at the bottom right, and then you select and you can scroll the particular session that you're at. So in case you didn't know, we're at the 12 o'clock data integration and interoperability session. You click on that, and then there's 3 little bars, and the top one is submit questions. If you click on that and then just type in the top faded enter question section and then hit submit, we'll be able to see some questions come through. And hopefully, if our speakers manage to canter through their sessions well, we'll be able to actually have a good panel discussion at the end. So any questions at all, speak to the person next to you and work out how they worked out how to submit questions, and we will move on. Now, I'm also going to do a bit of a shorter opening, and I won't be talking about the sessions in between, just so we can keep it moving through. I won't read out full bios for the speakers because they're in these handy dandy books that you've all got, and you'll be able to read them. I will, however, cause you a little bit of pain by reading out some jokes that we Googled using ChatGPT and some other assorted AI, all about interoperability before we start. Don't feel like you have to laugh. It's okay. But here we go. Fire made healthcare data exchange seamless. Thank you, guys. The real bottleneck turned out to be the humans. Thanks to fire, our systems can now talk to each other flawlessly. If only our departments would do that as well. They called it fire because that's what IT departments do when they try to make 2 health systems talk to each other. All right, last one. I'm writing these down. Are you? I'll send them round later. All right. Why did the patient record fall in love with fire? Because it finally met a standard that could understand its full clinical history accurately, securely, and in real time. All right. Who said data's not fun? All right, so I'm very excited to facilitate this plenary session today. I think we've curated an excellent panel who do tell me that they're a regular excellent panel, so well done us. Simon's going to talk about the Commonwealth's real-time data agenda and give us a brief on all things data and digital strategy from the department's perspective. Kate's then going to talk to us about the work that she's leading as the interoperability lead at CSIRO's eHealth Research Centre, actually taking those standards and integrating them into the healthcare system and leading, I think you lead the Sparked program, which some of you may know about or might hear about soon. And then we're going to hear from
Marvin about how, as lead architect at Telstra Health, he then takes all of that good theoretical standard stuff and actually turns it into frontline services for frontline healthcare professionals. So I apologise that we're not doing the longer ramble and you had to be subject to my jokes. They will be available later. But I might hand on to Simon.
Thank you, Alison. Looking forward to cantering with you today. It's great to be here. I think it's a couple of years since we all came together in that room in Canberra. I know you did a great event last year. I was unable to attend, to sort of really start to come together and think about how do we work hand in glove, PHNs with governments, and sort of really take digital and data forward. A lot of the work that I do in my branch, in the digital health branch, is really about all roads leading to data. It's not so much about the technology, it's just as much about the human factors of interoperability, and I had nothing to do with any of those jokes that Alison put together then, but you know, the sort of human factors thing, although it is a bit of a joke, is actually a part of the real problem we have as well. So today, really, I just want to give you a bit of an update. There's a lot going on. I'm not going to be able to cover everything. I hope I don't disappoint anyone. I'm not going to talk at length about AI today, but really talk about some of the really big sort of digital health national infrastructure reforms that we're driving at the moment, and sort of really what it means for all of you. So last year, 2024, Australia was ranked first in health system performance by the Commonwealth Fund. Yet, as you all know, we face a lot of persistent challenges across the system. We have workforce shortages, hospital pressures, ageing populations. Simon talked about fragmented care, chronic health conditions, and probably one that really impacts all of you that maybe doesn't get as big a mention is how we deal with changing climate, and how that means we have to respond more frequently to things like natural disasters. And where I live up in the healthy North Coast PHN catchment area, you know, we've certainly had our fair share of those over the last few years. And really addressing the inequities in our system requires us to do a whole heap of things with funding system reforms to support complex multidisciplinary care. We need to have an enabled workforce that really enables health workforce providers to provide to the full scope of their practice. We need to make sure that we empower consumers to have timely access to all of their health information. And of course, we need to make sure that we can improve the use of data so that we've got better insights for public health research and planning purposes, and to complete that feedback loop. So really in those sort of three lenses, patients, providers, and the secondary use of data, that's really what the work of my branch is very focused on. And of course, digital health is very central to the health system transformation. I think the ministers recently had an aha moment about how important digital and data is going to be, not only for system reform, but also for funding reform. And really, we want to make sure that we can provide the tools to have seamless collaboration across multidisciplinary care teams. We want to make sure that with this thing we talk about, which is real-time point-of-care data sharing, can come to life. I think the providers in the room have had enough of data entry where the data really goes nowhere and it doesn't really get used for anything. We've got to get better at making sure that we can complete those feedback loops. We want to modernise referral and requesting pathways to really drive continuity of care. We want to create scale. And we want to make sure that those models are patient-centred. And that's not about taking away things from providers or taking things away from system planners. It's about a rethink about the way that we have data that follows patients around the health system, not just the way that clinicians deliver healthcare. And so it's not just about my health record, it is about a fundamental rethink in the way that data supports all of those three purposes. And we must also strengthen our primary care data collections with actionable feedback loops to inform policy and practice. And Zoran talked a little bit about the work that the Institute's doing, but there are some broader things that are happening. I'll just touch on a few of those throughout my presentation. And of course, there's a lot of conversations at the moment about productivity. Over the coming weeks, the Health Minister and the Treasurer will be running productivity roundtables. We've been contributing into that program, and of course, once we get to the other side of August, hopefully we'll be able to have some deeper insights on what it might mean for PHNs and the work that you're all doing. But really about how do we reduce duplication, enhancing access, supporting early interventions and delivering those real-time insights, but of course supporting continuous improvement for planners and researchers and those innovators that we want working within our system, within a set of guardrails trials to come up with new treatments and therapies. And of course, the Australian government is investing significantly to strengthen its position as a steward across the whole care economy. The Minister now not only has health and aged care, but also disability. So we are sort of reorienting the lenses that we look at all of our policy through to make sure that it covers the whole care economy. And I'll touch on a few of those things in a minute. It will come as no surprise to this audience that we have a very complex and disparate health system, 1.1 million healthcare providers, 27 million Australians across public and private sectors. But what might shock is the size of our connected care agenda and the problem that lays ahead for us in terms of digital and data and how it's going to really drive those three themes that I talked about. And the way that I try to think about the scale when I talk about this on the weekend with my family about what it is I actually do, I think about this as a bit of an equation. It's 27 million Australians multiplied by 1.1 million providers, and that's going to be the thing that underpins the digital neural pathway that we require to have a network across our care economy. If you don't have a calculator, it works out to be about 29 trillion pathways for healthcare and patients and providers to be able to interact with one another across the whole system, assuming we all stand still. And achieving this will be critical to enable us to make sure that we can move from a siloed health system to that integrated person-centred networked health system, one that supports and spans all levels of care, not just primary care. And this means that Medicare also needs to evolve from a fee-for-service scheme to a scheme that supports multiple payment modalities, supporting the needs of people with complex and chronic conditions and enabling that multidisciplinary care. And collaboration is going to be really key with states and territories, our sector partners at both the system and the funding levels, and of course addressing cultural, organisational and policy and legislation barriers to interoperability. In other words, those human factors I talked about, as well as creating that national scale and making things user-friendly and secure and integrated. Really, you sort of start to understand that 29 trillion is then multiplied by a whole range of other factors as well. But it's not all bad. We are moving quickly, we are moving in the right direction, and I think, again, that sort of stewardship role that the government's been playing over the last couple of years is really starting to show some results. We have a national piece of legislation in Australia called the Healthcare Identifiers Act. I know many of you are familiar with that. And really the Act and service operates as a national system that allows us to assign unique identifiers to consistently identify recipients and healthcare providers across the ecosystem. They underpin national digital health initiatives like our My Health Record system, like e-prescribing, like the immunisation register, and of course some secure messaging solutions. But they're not used ubiquitously, and that's largely because of the restrictive nature in the way that we wrote that legislation in 2010. We didn't really envisage the way that digital and data was going to take us, and really we've had to fix something about that. Last week, after a lot of work, the first phase of the modernisation of the Healthcare Identifiers Act actually passed through the lower house of the Australian Parliament with the Aged Care Act. And these reforms are 5 years in the making. The initial changes will introduce new authorisations for a health support service provider organisation identifier, and this will enable aged care and disability providers to connect healthcare identifiers to health information they hold and create, but it will not allow access for those HSPOs to things like the My Health Record system. This has been a key issue for us with healthcare provider identifiers in the past. It will also allow us to introduce the concept of a health administration entity that will allow organisations like PHNs that don't deliver direct healthcare services to securely shared data using healthcare identifiers, streamlining administrative activities. And there will also be new capabilities for allied health professionals to interact with the HI service. The eligibility criteria for self-regulating allied health professions is also changing in response to the feedback that the current criteria is not fit for purpose to ensure that the right professionals can get assigned an individual provider identifier. While many self-regulating allied health professionals have already been able to access the HPII, changes will expand and adjust the criteria. Individuals who are represented and subject to oversight by a professional body and meet the credentialing and admission requirements set by that body will now be able to obtain an HPII. The amendments will also streamline the current manual application process, as the professional bodies providing that governance role will be able to apply for and manage the assignment of an HPII on behalf of the professionals that they represent. In summary, if passed by the Parliament, I have to be careful about that because it still is in the Parliament, what this phase of reforms means for PHNs is it will mean that you are able to use healthcare identifiers as a part of your work in administering health programs, including as part of the eligibility requirements for consumers or clinicians to participate in those programs. It will allow you, as a part of monitoring health programs and outcomes, and for analysis and research, for example, you'll be able to ask healthcare providers that you're working with to share healthcare identifiers and use that to connect data about different health interventions for healthcare recipients. And I'm thinking about what Mitch was presenting earlier. This is going to make things like data matching much more simple. I can't go much further today, but there is a second phase of reforms for the Healthcare Identifiers Act that we are hoping to take into the Parliament later this calendar year. It will allow us to support the operationalisation of Health Connect Australia, the provider directory, the use of healthcare identifiers for the National Health Service directory, and changes that will provide consumers a greater ability to use healthcare identifiers for the purposes of self-help purposes, like registering for an active script list, lo and behold, from the comfort of their lounge room, not in front of a pharmacist, and wearables and other patient-centred data captured tools and capabilities. My team are working with the Department's Primary Care Division on these reforms, and we will keep you informed as this work progresses. We know that faster and better access to accurate health information leads to better healthcare decisions and reduces low-value care. The sharing by default legislation that was passed by the Parliament in February this year has established a new framework that will, for the first time, tie the sharing of health information, starting with pathology and radiology reports, to the payment of Medicare benefits. These reforms are not solely about My Health Record. We want these reforms to signal a mindset shift for Australia about the expectations for clinical systems to share data to support the patient along their personal care pathway, not solely locked in silos to support single healthcare provider models of care. We are starting to see some great results from even before these mandates have taken effect. We're now seeing more than 4 million reports a week flowing into the My Health Record system, more than 1.2 million Australians viewing those reports, as well as more than 200,000 healthcare providers, which is between a 200% and 300% uplift in the last 2 years for pathology and radiology alike. So, where is all of this going? Nowhere. There we go. Always happens to the digital guy. I'm sure you can empathise. So where's it all going? Firstly, the sharing by default rules for pathology and radiology will be in place by the end of this calendar year. We are currently just drafting those. We'll do some consultation, then we'll ask the Minister to sign them. And we'll expect the Minister to also make a decision in the coming days about the removal of the 7-day consumer access delay policy for My Health Record. We've had a clinical reference group that's been doing a lot of work in that space with consumers involved in that process to instead put in place a 5-day rule, which will be by exception. So the vast majority of pathology tests will go up, things like anatomical pathology and genetic tests in the pathology space, for example, will have a 5-day delay. There's more information about that on the agency's website, or I could provide it if you would like it. And we're already moving back into the planning phase for what the next series of reforms will be. You can see some of these details on the screen, although some of you at the back might not be able to see it, that these reforms will begin to look at mandating other primary care data critical to support the multidisciplinary reforms. Chronic condition management plans, encounter records, patient summaries, health assessments. We want to work differently, more proactively with our stakeholders. As we bring new reforms online, we want to plan for the digital and data needs of patients, providers and planners to make sure that the data flow better from the beginning to patients through their healthcare journey and not that as an afterthought. For example, from early 2026, urgent care clinics will be required to upload an encounter summary to My Health Record for every occasion of service that they provide, and we are planning to implement this same framework for 1-800 Medicare. Over the coming year and beyond, we will need to work smarter, and more closely with our delivery partners like PHNs to ensure that we can keep up with the delivery expectations of government. We need to work and leverage what we individually do best to provide patients and clinicians the tools they need to keep Australians healthy and drive the productivity of our nation. I also wanted to speak briefly on information sharing standards. Excuse me, I've had a double up. It's all right. Just very briefly, in fact, I might just talk there extremely briefly because Kate will touch on this in a minute with her presentation. But we still have a lot of silos in clinical systems. We know that 18 to 24% of GPs and public hospitals share information using digital systems. What about the rest? We know that 75% of fax traffic globally is generated from the healthcare sector, and we know that 40% of GPs' time can be attributed to administrative burden. Standards and data sharing is the key to enabling real-time clinical insights. And I'd like to take the opportunity just to thank those of you in the room that have participated in Spark, the Fire Accelerator. I think over the last 2 years, Kate, correct me if I'm wrong, something in the order of 21,000 hours has gone into developing the first data sharing standards in Australia. It's an incredibly amazing achievement. We've gone from no data sharing standards program in Australia to the world's most active fire accelerator. We are now getting contact from international partners around the world asking us, how did we do it and how do they replicate what we're doing? And maybe Kate can touch on some of that shortly. Finally, well-designed data and digital capabilities will support primary care providers to improve health outcomes and inform new funding models. In an earlier slide, I mentioned that it will be critical for all delivery partners to focus on what they do best. For PHNs and other organisations that depend on near real-time data access to critical health data, we need to work together to ensure we're clear on these needs and how government can best support the process. We are now in an era where public trust in data across the care economy is low, and threat actors are growing increasingly sophisticated in the way they get hold of our sensitive data. This means we need to have strong and nationally standardised ways in the way that we collect, store and share data. Both the Primary Care Reviews and the National Health Reform Agreement Midterm Review recognise the importance of the consistent collection, curation and analysis of health data to enhance quality, efficiency and patient outcomes. Standardised data capture across clinical systems is critical to tracking patient pathways, supporting new models of care to create feedback loops and inform long-term health system service delivery planning. We want to work hand in glove with PHNs, states and territories and other national delivery partners like the Institute, like Healthdirect, to ensure we get the right mix of safe and secure national infrastructure and the ability for locally driven insights to become more dynamic and meet the needs of communities for the long term. In closing, over the coming 12 months and beyond, we will be picking up the pace. The critical national foundations will make our ability to pivot and evolve with emerging priorities easier, but it won't be without effort. We have to do this together, and we are here for the long haul to support PHNs and Australians. You can see that in addition to what I've discussed today, other reforms, for example, the work that we're doing with Home Affairs to establish a green paper or a policy paper to start consulting nationally on a whole of care economy cyber security uplift, moving towards market signals to go cloud first for clinical information systems, supporting connections between allied health and My Health Record, exploring opportunities for the safe use of AI. And I'm sure the productivity roundtables being run by the Health Minister and the Treasurer over the coming weeks will help shape the next steps. And last but not least, establishing national electronic clinical decision support capabilities, commencing with pharmacy and nurse prescribing as well as pathology and radiology to improve patient outcomes and health system productivity. And in the long term, looking to consult on the establishment of a new national health information sharing legislation framework so we can start to regulate standards, cyber requirements and simplified dynamic consent arrangements for patients. Roll out Health Connect Australia capabilities to begin to realise the national neural pathway that I discussed at the outset for our care economy, and establish new national infrastructure for referrals and requests. But I can't talk much about that because some of those things are discussions, are business cases that will be decisions for government. So really, from my perspective, that's a very helicopter view of some of the work. The slides can be made available to you. We certainly look forward to continuing to strengthen our relationship with all of you and our delivery partners, and I hope you have a great conference. Thank you very much.
Firstly, who in the room has been to a Sparked event? Fantastic, thank you very much. And those that have not yet been to one, this is my call to action to you around get involved with Spark. So following Zoran and Mitch from this morning and Damien, the number one call to action is if you're not part of Spark, you need to be part of Spark, because as Simon said, this is actually setting those foundation standards that's going to achieve this vision that Simon outlined. Who's familiar with the Deming quote, every system is perfectly designed to get the result it gets? We were really lucky that about a bit over 2 years ago, the department said, well, if we actually want to achieve this vision of connected care for Australia, we actually do need to have an agreement around those standards, and we do need to have interoperability. And the way we were going about it was not getting that result. We didn't have those shared agreed standards across the clinical profession and the industry, and we needed to do something differently. And so under the, it was like 2 and a bit years ago, back in May 23, Sparked was announced under the Strengthening Medicare, sorry, I can never stand behind one of those, under the Strengthening Medicare budget. I was like, if we actually are going to start to have this connected vision, we're going to have the data that we need to drive a learning healthcare system, we actually need to accelerate and agree those data standards that underpin it. And so Sparked was formed, and it's a community that's comprised and funded through the Federal Department of Disabilities, Health and Ageing. It's also through CSI Robe being the community coordinator, the Australian Digital Health Agency, and also importantly HL7 Australia, who are the standards body behind FIRE. But it's not just about us. This is about community. If we're going to do this, we had to create a community. It had to be bottom up. It had to be led by clinicians and the industry. We had to be first and foremost focused around better consumer outcomes, but we had to understand that we had to actually make it easy for clinicians and deliver value to clinicians, make the right thing to do the easiest thing to do. And we also needed to work and make sure with industry this was actually achievable and feasible within the timeframes. We could not let perfect be the enemy of good. We couldn't go away with a few experts in a closed off room and discuss this. We had to get everyone at the table. And this is the one probably major difference around Sparked is it's open, it's transparent. Anyone who wants to be involved can be involved. Every single thing we do is made available on public websites. All of our events, unfortunately, we're selling out, so we now need to start to get stadiums. But you can still get involved online. And really what we're doing is about creating those 5 standards. So I'm excited to be in a room with people who probably care about data quality maybe even more than I do. And just want to say #standards are sexy. So it is only as strong as its community, and these were the original 100 founding members who signed online. And you can see a lot of clinical peak bodies are on there, along with a lot of industry, hopefully some of the industry that you're engaging with in your world. And importantly, all states and territories are also founding members of the Sparked program. So what in Sparked are we trying to actually do? This is about, first and foremost, improving the data quality. And I don't need to sell this to you in the room. You all understand the challenges that you have with probably dealing with data and wrangling data right now in primary care data. So how do we start to improve data quality? And so looking at something that's called the Australian Clinical Data for Interoperability, the US has done something similar, the UK has done something similar, Canada's doing something similar. But what is that clinical data that first and foremost should be structured and coded within the clinical record to add value to the clinicians? This is about adding value to the clinicians to deliver care for their patients. What's the data that if it's in their system can drive better decision support, that data can pre-populate assessment forms, that data can pre-populate referrals, that data is available to drive the things that Simon was talking about. How do we agree what that data is? This isn't about data top-down driven by what do we need from government. It's about what does a clinician clinicians need, because if we get that right, that data will be better quality and that data will flow through and we'll get the data that you need and want at the PHN land, that we need at that regional level and that national level. And if we've defined that data, then also we need to understand that terminology that starts to underpin that. So what are those SNOMED CT value sets that start to sit behind it? So I've got what data we agree needs to be shared and needs to be in my record. I have that standard language. And then the FI bit's just, the easy technical bit around how we exchange that between systems. One of the values around FHIR, and I do love the jokes and I do want those jokes, is that it's a bit different to standards discussions of old. This isn't about sitting in a room and debating and producing shelfware. This is actually about actively testing and validating as we go. Marvin's been one of our co-chairs from the beginning. Telstra Health's been there from the beginning, like other vendors, where we're actually testing and validating. So even though we only kicked off work around patient summary in December last year, in February when we went to Adelaide, we already had the vendors showing how they were starting to look at implementing that in their system. So this is a very different discussion and a very different approach to the way we've done this for the last 23 plus years. So in terms of, there's two key things you need to remember. So the Australian clinical data set for interoperability, it is what is that clinical data that should be entered into the system that supports data use, data reuse within that system and sharing. And the FHIR implementation guides are just how. How do I now share that? How do I now access that information? Marvin's probably sitting there laughing going, yeah, the FHIR bit's just the easy bit. The one thing about this is it's all about community. So I've talked about the technical artefacts that are coming out of the Spark program. The most important part of the Spark program is actually the community. That figure of 20,600 was back in April, so we're well over 21,000 expert hours from across consumers, clinicians, peak bodies and industry. This is the best way to make sure that what we're developing is fit for purpose for everyone. You need to be at the table, driving the requirements, validating that data, ensuring we understand the use cases, and also asking the software industry that you engage with, are you part of Spark? Are you starting to implement these standards? We were set out to look at what we could do around e-requesting, build that AU core, that foundation standard that starts to underpin. But now we're actually moving on to the more exciting use cases. Here's a program schedule. As I said, all of our program plans, everything is available, but we're aligning with what Simon mentioned. So how can we develop a GP management plan that's based on FHIR, that pre-populates the data that's already sitting within the clinical record and make that able to be shared with others? How do we look at encounter records and uplift those so that that encounter data is structured and coded that then drives and triggers decision support within the system, but is also that data that starts to support patient summary and exchange of patient summary, or that data that starts to support assessments. So some of the other work that we're doing outside of the Spark program is looking at the 715 Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander health check. How can we make sure that most of that data in those health checks, whether it's the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander health check, whether it's an over 75, whether it's a child health check, that most of that data is structured and is able to be pre-populated around what's already in the record that then starts to feed into, imagine a future where off that, the referrals then get triggered. You're not re-entering data into all of these different forms. You can actually have that data within your record and that data flow. Start to encourage better data quality, that when we want to look at, well, how do we now access that data quality at PHN land, or as I said, nationally as well, that data starts to be based on good quality data, enter that data once, reuse that data many times. What's in AUCDI? Just really quickly, and this has really been built to support that core, that absolute core of the core, foundation clinical information, but also importantly, what do we need in something like a patient summary? Anyone in the room familiar with the concept international patient summary? Awesome. So international patient summary is something that's come out of ISO. Also globally, HL7, around what is that core set of clinical information that can be made and accessed globally when people are travelling internationally. But not surprising if you look at the stars on here that we're talking about problem diagnosis, we're talking about medication statements, adverse risks around vital signs and measurements, procedures. This is core clinical information. That's that core patient summary that within Australia you'd want to have accessible and available about you, and importantly could then also be accessed internationally in the future. And so it's really that core clinical information, and then starting to focus around chronic condition management, which are the circles on there, how do we start to support things around goals? How do we start to look at social determinants of health, social emotional wellbeing? So while we started at that really core central information, we're now starting to add those use cases and build them out. And last week, was anyone in the room at last week's event where we had the 2-day CDG? We focused at that clinical design group around health assessments, in particular health assessment tools. So how do you also have that data that drives, whether it be in aged care around functional status, around activities of daily living, or children and developmental stages. So importantly, the AUCDI is really about all of life course, all of health systems. This isn't about just focusing on primary care or acute care. This is about getting that data right, because if we are going to have, I can't even, all the trillion of interactions that you talked about, we can't have siloed data standards. The data standard has to follow whole of life course and whole of health system, because we don't all of a sudden just end up with aged care in an aged care environment and none of that data mattered before. And as we go from a children into teenager into adulthood, we do want that data to follow. And we don't just live in a GP system or just live in a hospital system. We do need to make sure that data flows. So we need one common data standard that covers the whole of the health ecosystem. I'm just going to quickly jump through because I am trying to canter here. And don't you love build slides when you're trying to canter? And I'll just skip through these 5 standards. These slides will be made available to all of you. But I want to get to the most important bit, which is around that link between what we're doing through AUCDI and the broader work from population health. So we do want to collect once, use many and reuse many, and feed into that learning healthcare system. So have that data flow, those informed insights off that data, and how does that flow back into decision support tools that then can leverage these standards. And I know Marvin's going to pick up some of this around knowledge management and the ability for what we can then do within systems. But really at the end of the day, that data does start with the person care data. We then can lift that up to organisational data and then up to that national state reporting. So if we're looking at point of care documentation, how do we then aggregate that? And how can we aggregate that against quality indicators? Any of you attending HIC in 2 weeks' time? If you're at HIC, we're doing a masterclass and we're going to focus on aged care and run through how we can look at this from aged care data all the way through to analytics. And you saw this slide from Zoran earlier where he showed the primary care data model that AIHW is developing in consultation. On the left is our first cut around AUCDI R1 back at July last year. And we've been working really closely with the AIHW, with Zoran's team, to make sure that what we're defining as that primary use of data at the point of care, there is a path of traceability through to the national. As I said, we are trying to work together to make sure this really is single provision of data, allow that data to be reused and allow that data to be exchanged, and importantly, that data be a foundation for the data that flows through to PHNs and flows up to national. So my call to action to you is get involved. Help actually inform these standards that are being delivered and are being worked on by industry. Help ensure that they're fit for purpose. These standards are going to be leveraged by the My Health Record and Health Connect. This is your chance to get involved and make sure those standards are fit for purpose. It is going to enable better data quality if we all get behind this. As mentioned, there's the traceability between AUCDI and the AIHW primary care data set. Improving data around population health use is fundamental, but also what we're finding is a lot of people who come to these events, because it's such a broad range of people, everyone's actually enjoying the opportunity to network, to actually engage with their industry partners, to engage with other clinicians, to engage with other organisations. So we've actually had people who found partners to work with on projects, who've actually had a good chance to feed into industry roadmaps. We've had industry saying, great, I'm now actually hearing from my customers. So yes, get involved because you help build those foundation specs, but you're actually going to find that being part of the community is rewarding way beyond just ensuring fit for purpose specs. And we've also found it's a really great way to actually build workforce capacity around understanding around fire, understanding around data models. So think about this within your organisations, within your teams, that maybe it's also a workforce development opportunity, a professional development opportunity. Don't think you have to be experts to come along. everyone comes along on their first day and sort of says, I don't know where this is going and how this is going, but they keep turning up and, 8 events later, they're still there. So please come along. Thank you.
I'd encourage everybody to be part of it, because being there from the beginning, we have derived value from being part of the Spark program. And the way that we're seeing the trajectory of involvement and everybody kind of getting together, I'd say we've reached a tipping point. So now interoperability between systems is not just a pipe dream, it's something that we believe is really going to happen. Oh. Oh, she canted. So we got to slip a number of the way. And all of these slides are available to you, so you should be able to be part of that. Okay, there we go. All right, so next. We've spoken about Sparked, and Simon's spoken about some of the stuff that we're doing with legislation in order to improve interoperability. So we have the data that we're going to be sending across systems. Tick. We understand what's in the data because we've got terminology alongside it, so that when you pass data across, it's not just a case of saying, here you go, it's actually, here you go, and here's how you interpret it. It's really important. We've got ways of sharing that information, be that interactive, real-time data, or whether it's batch data we're looking at as well. And of course, we've got the appropriate legislation behind that, which is going to underpin and allow us to do some of the things that we weren't previously able to do. So I guess the question is, what's next? Because having standards is good, but it's only good if you can actually do something with it. So we need to think about, what's next. So there are so many different things that we could be looking at. And I just wanted to pick one area that we're looking at from an industry perspective. I went to the doctor a number of years ago, and I said, I've got problems with my knee. He sent me off to get an x-ray. So I came back a little while later with my x-rays in hand. It was a Sunday, and it was quite busy. It was one of those GP clinics. I sat down, I waited, and it seemed like I was waiting for an awful long time. Eventually, I got called into the doctor's office. As I sat down, someone came knocking on the door. Oh, doctor. And he went away again. For about 5 minutes, I was in there twiddling my thumbs, wondering, well, when is he going to come back? He came back. I gave him my x-ray. He read it. And then he read it to me, the summary. He said, it said that da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da. So I looked at him, and he looked at me. And I said, so what does that mean? And he said, it means da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da. He read it to me again. I was none the wiser. I actually got up and left, and I thought, this is not helping me. I took my x-rays and I went to another GP. Challenge was, and in hindsight when I look back at it and I play it back in my mind, this doctor was extremely busy. It was a Sunday. Presumably they had few doctors on call, and he was constantly moving around. By the time he came to me, he was probably exhausted. One of the 79% in a study by the CGPs saying that, doctors are exhausted or they're disengaged. Now, as an industry partner, there's not a lot I can do for that. As a PHN, there are things I'm sure that you would be able to do to start to assist with that. But one thing we can do is start to remove some of the cognitive burden that's on clinicians. So there are things that, if a clinician has to look up and try and work out, well, let me see what your last 3 blood results are. Are you trending up? Are you trending down? That's work that they have to do. If we can automate and if we can provide that sort of information at a glance very quickly, then that allows them to focus on the important things without having to start to, whilst you're telling them your problem, they're thinking, okay, well, has he had these 3 or has he had 4 or 5 encounter visits? Has he reached his limit? And all those other things that's kind of going through their mind as they're deciding how to best treat you. We're going to look at one example, which is clinical quality improvement. So you have researchers who do a bunch of research and they come up with the data and they say, here's what's going on. And then you have a bunch of smart people who will take that data and they'll create clinical practice guidelines from them. Those clinical practice guidelines then allow us to create decision support systems that will actually support the clinicians. We incorporate it in the workflow, and once we've got it in the workflow, then we want to measure it. Did the patient get better, or did they get worse? Did you follow the guidelines, or didn't you follow the guidelines? If you didn't follow the guidelines, why didn't you follow the guidelines? Is there a gap in the guidelines? We need to report that back, which then goes back to the researchers, and the cycle continues. And then we get that improvement cycle. It's important for us to shrink that cycle as much as possible. And one of the challenges we've got is that taking those clinical practice guidelines and understanding them and doing stuff with them can be quite a challenge. So at Telstra Health, we're working with one of our partners, Smile Digital Health, who have solutions in this space that we can start to use to actually assist in simplifying some of the work that clinicians have to do, and also patients potentially to do that. So clinical decision support, which you've heard both Kate and Simon speak about, something that is standardized in FHIR, tick, we can do that. Some of the other interesting areas are around clinical care, digital quality measures, and care delivery optimization. Some of those areas which are really key to allow us to standardize the way that we share information, clinical rules and information. Now, there's a standard called CQL, Clinical Quality Language, which if you've never heard about before, it's really just a way of documenting rules and concepts in the clinical world that is readable by both humans and systems and computer systems. So, for example, you could say, well, tell me how many people over the age of 65 have not had a flu jab this year. Or you could do something that says, I want to know the percentage of women between the ages of 50 and 74 who haven't had a mammogram in the past 2 years. Those sorts of things which make it very easy, computable guidelines, to take those guidelines and create a computable model for that. So the way that we approach this is that we have a guideline, which is the standard, the gold standard. It usually comes in a PDF form. There's a ton of data in there, useful information. It's hard to consume. But one thing that AI does really well is take that rich narrative and summarize it. It's also very good at taking rich narrative or taking data in one format and converting it to another. So what we can do is we can use AI to take that content and create a computable version of that content. And once we have that computable version of the content, what we do now is we say to clinicians, can you just verify that this is complete? Verify that it is doing what it's supposed to do. And once we've got those, then we can stash those little concepts away in a little library so that we can reuse that across the board. And then we're going to do something with that in a moment. But before I go on to that, you may ask the question, well, okay, why wouldn't I just ask AI what to do with my patient? The patient's presented, I'm working with the patient, I could just ask AI. I believe that in due course we will get there. But at the moment, it's a little bit unreliable. So you can give it the same guidelines, the same patient record, but unfortunately you might not get the same answer every time that you run it. And there's also the concept we were talking about, emissions and so on. it's actually very expensive and time-consuming to run data through a model. So in the short span of time that we have with your doctor, you've got to be able to come up with those right answers, which is why we've taken the path of using AI in the authoring stage. And then what we do is we pass that into an engine so that when we are presenting with a patient and we are working with a patient, we then now use a deterministic model. So this is where we've taken those concepts and we can run it, and every time we run it, we get exactly the same response. So that's why we're looking at using AI to do what it does best at the moment, which is doing all the analysis, all the conversion, all the authoring, and then we run that through a system of insights so that we can actually get the same answers every time. And just as a high level of what we do is we take things like medical policy. So, for example, all the great stuff that Simon and his team are going to be rolling out, we want to take that content and we want to ingest it. We want to take the clinical practice guidelines that the clinicians have done using AUCDI and all those sorts of things, ingest that into the system and kind of mash that around a bit and come up with standards-based solutions. So clinical quality language, FHIR-based definitions. This could include all sorts of things such as plan definitions, care plans, smart forms of way of capturing data and doing stuff with that data. And then ultimately, what we want to be able to do, as you can see on your right-hand side, is do things like computable practice guidelines, clinical decision support, find out care gaps that we may have in our cohort of people. We want us to be able to support chronic condition management. We want to be able to do things like work out MBS eligibility on the fly so that we don't have to, as a clinician, worry about computing all of that information. And once we've kind of got to that point, well, now we've started to remove the administrative burden from clinicians. We have ways of improving the workflow and enhancing clinical decision making. That's just one example. There are so many opportunities now that we have structured data in a format that is understood by so many systems and is shareable across multiple systems. Lots to do. If you want to get involved, now's exactly the right time because we've got a lot of work to do and it's exciting work to do. Be great to have you aboard, and it would be great to chat to you. I'll be around later on, as will Kate. I know Simon's around for a little bit, so thank you very much.
Got a little bit of time? Oh, good. Not really? Okay, just a couple of questions then, because there was some that got a few ticks. Okay, this question is directed to Kate, but I feel like, Simon, you might be part of the answer as well. How is the Spark program ensuring that Australia does not get locked into a single vendor solution?
I'll start with the standards piece around it. I think the key thing is making sure that we are actually agreeing what those standards are. And as you could see from that list that went up, we cover most of those vendors from across primary care, acute care, pharmacy, allied health, aged care. The aim is to get everyone at the table and everyone agreeing. And, you know, that's the first bit. Let's actually get agreement around those standards. And I think, as Marvin said, you know, part of the benefit has been that we've been able to actually demonstrate where industry is starting to actually work together. So in February, we were able to show, you know, between best practice and Oracle, exchanging that patient summary and round-tripping that patient summary, being able to support electronic requesting around pathology, looking at being able to launch those same smart forms. So standards to it are number one, and involvement from industry.
I'd also like to mention, from an industry perspective, this is one of the first times you're in a situation, you're in a room with so many people, and it's not adversarial at all. It is very collaborative. So we're working with, you know, the likes of Epic and Cerner and MediRecords and Best Practice and a whole bunch of others who are just focused on delivering interoperability.
We couldn't fit the other 599 companies on this stage today, so Marvin's representing everybody. But really what we want to do, and I mentioned that sort of health information sharing legislation, what we're trying to do is get the community of informaticians, clinicians, consumers to agree on the standards and how the data moves around, and then we'll back it in with regulation. We will require the use of these standards for all clinical systems. So if people are out there building clinical systems, selling them to GPs and allied health providers, if they're not in the tent, a part of this journey and building these standards into their systems now, they're going to be late to the party. So what we want to encourage is the stuff that Marvin's talking about, which is that market differentiation, but we will require the use of the standards.
Slight follow-up question, but it's related. When do you think we'll start to see all of the major primary care software companies using FHIR in a way that will actually improve the way we're able to share and collate and analyse that information?
I'm sure there's more than one answer to this, but we will be expecting the implementation guide for chronic condition management plans, which I think we're due to release about June next year. We're already working on an implementation roadmap, which we will share and talk with the vendors about, but we're hoping from July next year, we will start to see FHIR-based chronic condition management plans moving into the system.
I mean, one of the core things that we're working on at the moment, even at Telstra Health, and I know others as well, is how do we incorporate the smart forms technology, and that is fundamental to having a standardised way of capturing information, reaching into a GP practice system and pulling out that information and be able to do something with it.
We're already seeing examples of that. Brendan's sitting here, and I know within their PHN we had Brendan and Paul Main from HealthLink last week actually show with one of the mental health intake forms FHIR behind that data being able to be used, and that's built on that smart form technology. So, we're starting to see that be picked up where early adopters are jumping on with that now, and then we're going to from June, July onwards next year start to see an increase.
And My Health Record, we've got a significant investment to build a FHIR repository for My Health Record, so those data insights Marvin's talking about, we want that in a consumer's My Health Record as well.
Okay, I'm not going to look that way. I'm just going to say one last question to you all. What do you think success looks like for PHNs in a fully interoperable health system in Australia?
For me, it is the patient rocks up somewhere and is able to get the care they need because the data that surrounds them is available for use. And that could come from multiple places. So they could visit here, they could visit there, they could visit there, but the data that they need, the clinician needs to be able to make an important decision is available. And also that the patient has access to that information so that they can start to make informed decisions for themselves as well.
Nice. And to lift that up at the PHN level, that because that data is available, the good quality data is available at the primary care end, you also have that information that you need to make the insights. So less of the data munging, less of the data wrangling, less of have I got, data that's reflective of my region. You've actually got the data that you need to make the insights that you want to plan for the services that you need for your region.
And maybe they could also be competitive. So the PHNs could play off against each other. Well, we're better at this than you are. I don't.
Call to action.
I would just simply say again, we have that really mature and dynamic relationship between the role of national infrastructure and local insights. And I think if we can do that, and the government can play its role in making sure we've got the right national infrastructure, then at that local community level, you will have much more agility to be able to do things you need to do to support the clinicians and the consumers in your networks. Not only in the PHN network, but also with the LHNs, with states and territories and other parts of the community, so that we do have that truly integrated system. And we're going to need those insights to, really serve the people of Australia over the forward, 50 or plus so years. We've got to get that right now. If we can get the foundations right, all the agility, all the sort of dynamism, all the market differentiating can come. But we're really focused on that phase at the moment around national infrastructure and those core standards at the base of that.
All right, thank you. Thank you for being patient and letting us run over a little bit. I thought it was important to actually listen to them answer a couple of the questions. So thank you all. Please join me in thanking the panel for what I hope has been a really insightful session. I will just quickly hand over to Lynn. She's got a couple of announcements and things she needs to do.
Thank you, Alison, and thank you for that. Just very quickly, we are going to lunch downstairs in the Hermitage on level 1. So just follow some people in front of you. It's a great idea to take your belongings with you. When we come back, we'll all be going to different places. So this is the Acacia room. Make sure you have a look at your program, see where you're going next. The other rooms are to the left, the Career and the Premier's room. Okay, if we could still come back at 2 and start then, that would be great. Thanks, everyone.
torch you saw that's still shining in the cold with the truth, the promise in our hearts. Don't forget, I'm with you in the dark. Don't forget, I'm with you in the dark.
these your notes? Yeah, okay. Hi everyone. Can we make a start back so that we keep to time? Thank you. So as you're aware, we're into the concurrent sessions. This is PHN staff presenting for other PHN staff. So if you can be really supportive throughout, that will be great. And first up, we have Jane Miller from Central and Eastern Sydney Primary Health Network. We have not run the whole show, believe me, we have not. Just coincidence. And Jane will talk on the National Primary and Acute Care Data Linkage Project in the design phase. Thanks, Jane.
Thank you, Lynn, and hello, everyone. As Lynn mentioned, my name is Jane Miller, and I have been for the last 12 months working as the PHN representative on the National Primary and Acute Care Data Linkage Project design phase. And I'd just like to thank Uncle Michael for his welcome to country this morning. Today I'm going to try really hard to keep to time, and I'm just going to talk briefly about the background of the project, the case for change, the system overview, value proposition and strategic benefits for PHNs, the costing and the next steps. And I just have to note that the slides today won't be for circulation and the content presented is draft because it's subject to endorsement from the Health Chief Executives Forum. So in terms of the background of the project, it's one of these slides. So there was preliminary work as far back as late 2022 around this project, but in October 2023, there was agreement to fund the design phase of a project to look into patient journeys across the health system. The project commenced in March 2024, and I commenced in the position of the PHN representative in late July 2024, and I just finished up in the role last week. There were two key deliverables for the project. So the first one was the development of the project blueprint, which was submitted in April 2025 to the Health Chief Executives Forum. And the final milestone for the project is the project business case. And that's due again to the Chief Health Executives in August, or the end of this month, and it's currently in the final stages of development. This slide shows you that there was an extensive co-design approach taken for the project. There was representation from the Department of Health, Disability and Ageing for policy advice and the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare for technical advice, and they were the co-leads for the project along with the central project design team. Each jurisdiction also received dedicated funding to have staffing, and they also coordinated a jurisdictional representation consultation group, and we had GP reps on those groups as well as PHN reps as well. In the middle section you can see the project design team, and that's where I was sitting, and they were responsible for the central management of the project. And importantly, there was also dedicated funding for the Aboriginal community controlled sector with funding provided to NACCHO for representative. So my role required me to consult extensively with PHN colleagues in order to distill a consensus view and provide input to project matters from a national PHN perspective. There was a lot of review and input to project documents to ensure that the challenges and benefits from the primary care perspective were considered in the design. As I mentioned, there was PHN representatives on each of the 8 jurisdictional consultation groups. And from those people, we formed the PHN Data Linkage Reference Group. And we met monthly for the 12 months that I was in the position. And it was a very engaged group, and it provided a huge amount of technical expertise and support to me in the role. I also conducted some consultations with the Primary Health Transformation Coordination Committee, the CEOs, and I received support from the PHN Executive Office. And I'd also point out that GPs were, as I mentioned, involved in the jurisdictional consultation groups, and there was also consultation at the peak level with AMA and RACGP. So the data linkage system has been designed to address gaps in data availability across the health system, particularly the access to large-scale de-identified primary care patient data, the ability to combine primary care and hospital data at a population level, and subsequently to help address this absence of evidence to identify system inefficiency and opportunities for improvement. I won't read out everything that's on this slide, but it just gives you, in a one-slide snapshot, the vision for the system, with the overall vision that the data linkage system will collect, link and securely share primary and acute care data to enhance health outcomes for Australians by improving understanding of service use patterns across these care settings. The impacts and outcomes are expected to be seen across the 4 areas of health outcomes, health equity, population health planning and service delivery. And the key objectives and that vision align with national reform and strategic priorities that focus on data and digital transformation, such as the Primary Health 10-year plan, strengthening Medicare Task Force, the National Agreement on Closing the Gap and the National Health Blueprint. The key objectives and the vision, they relate to establishing an enduring data linkage system, building and maintaining the necessary social licence for the system, and ensuring that the state and territory and national legislative and governance requirements are met. There was a number of key principles listed down the bottom there that guided the design of the system, and one specific example is the requirement to protect the privacy of patients and providers across the data lifecycle. And it's also important to note that the system design happened for the here and now. So it's been designed for the current state while also needing to keep an eye to the future. So for example, the design has taken a consent-based approach, but we recognise that sharing by default legislation could bring changes over time. So the design of the system, it was extensively described in the project blueprint, which, as I mentioned, was the first project key deliverable, and it was a 100+ page document. So there's a lot of detail about each of the project elements. And in addition, there was an independent legal review of the lawful privacy pathways to support the system that was also undertaken at the same time. I'm now going to talk about the key components of the system, but recognising there's a huge amount more detail contained in the blueprint. So the National Primary and Acute Care Data Linkage System, it's envisaged as a hub and spoke model, where the hub is represented by the national data sharing infrastructure and the spokes are represented by the 8 states and territories. There was multiple options that were considered for each of these components, and there was a structured assessment framework that was developed to support the decision-making process and to make recommendations for each of these components. So the first component is that the system will require a primary care data environment, and the recommendation there is to use primary health insights. The next component will be an Aboriginal community controlled sector data environment, and the recommendation is to develop a new custom-built Arches data environment. The state and territory data linkage spokes will be designed at the local jurisdictional level, and there's a lot of existing infrastructure already. The national technical infrastructure, the recommendation is to use the National Health Data Associated Infrastructure, along with the Australian National Data Integration Infrastructure. And there will also be extensive system governance, and the recommendation in the project design is to have purpose-built system-level governance. So I'm going to talk through these elements in the system now using a lovely diagram that the project design team created. So we start with the 4 parts of the system that will provide data into the data linkage system. So we have primary care data coming from general practices and AIHWs, state and territory health services, and then the Commonwealth health data sources. So the data will flow from general practice into the primary care data environment, and from AIHWs into the Aboriginal community controlled sector data environment. And as I mentioned, what's been recommended is that we have primary health insights for the primary care data environment and a new custom-built environment for the Aboriginal data. From there, the data will flow into the states and territory spokes, which is the local linkage systems. And at that point, the primary care data will be connected with state and territory data sets. And what's in scope there in the design is admitted patient data, emergency data, and non-admitted patient data. And from there, once that data is linked, it will then flow into the National Technical Infrastructure, or the hub. You can see that when I put up that last part of the image, there's an arrow going directly from 3 to 4, and also arrows going from 1 and 2 into 4. So the reason for that is there's appetite for linkage to happen both at the local level, meaning the states and territories, and also at the hub. In the early years of the system, it's expected that the linkage would mostly be, or the data would flow mostly from 3 to 4, but in the later years of the design, if it is implemented as it's designed, there could also be data flowing directly from the primary care data environment and the Arches data environment into the hub. Importantly, there will be outputs flowing across the system, so there'll be insights and reports going from the spokes back to PHNs, back to general practice, data flowing in different directions to the hub and to the states and territories. And PHNs will have access to the linked data through the spokes and the National Technical Infrastructure, and there will be analytical interfaces to assist with this. I just wanted to talk for a moment then about the primary care data environment. So this is a foundational component of the data linkage system, designed as a secure, scalable and sustainable repository for de-identified general practice data. So the primary care data environment will need to continue to support PHN's operational data requirements, including population health planning and ongoing quality improvement in general practice. And it will also enable on-sharing of general practice unit record data for linkage at both the hub and the spoke levels. And this is all subject to legal authorisation and funding. I'm going to talk a little bit now over the next 2 slides as to how the primary care data environment is expected to evolve over the years of this proposed design. And when making the assessment about the National Primary Care Data Environment, there was a broad agreement that using the existing PHI platform provides a practical and scalable foundation by leveraging existing infrastructure and investment. In terms of the current state of PHI, we know it has many capabilities in place that will assist the data linkage system, and we know that the majority of accredited general practices share their full data set with PHNs, and it's stored in PHI. In the initial years of the project, there's expected to be some work to build a national workspace, review the PHI governance and legal authorisations, which will lead to the establishment of a national workspace where GP content data can be stored and made available to our key partners, AIHW and the department, with the appropriate authorisations, and that's represented there by the blue box. At the same time, the existing state and territory data linkage projects will be able to continue in their current format, with data being extracted directly from general practices and shared with state and territory linkage units. And there's examples of that happening across the country, with Lumos in New South Wales being the most established example. In the later years of the system implementation in the design, the data linkage system would move from a state where there are embedded, encoded identifiers are embedded into the data that's collected from general practice. There would need to be engagement with and consent taken from general practices for their participation, and there would need to be a review of the legislative mechanisms to support on sharing of data from PHNs to multiple entities. In this medium to long-term state, the encoded identifiers and content data from general practice would be extracted and stored in the primary care data environment, and from there it would be shared directly with directly from PHI with the state and territory linkage units and the national infrastructure, and that's represented by the red arrows in that box. A key principle of this project is to leverage existing infrastructure, and using primary health insights as the primary care data environment allows for this. But in addition, the project costings have estimated the expected additional costs in terms of data engineering capability, lockbox maintenance, processing, storage and cybersecurity. I'm just going to touch on the proposed system governance now briefly. So for the National Data Linkage System governance, there is proposed that there would be a board that would have 4 councils, and membership would be drawn from those 4 councils and also the national technical infrastructure and the national partners. There would be an Indigenous Data Sovereignty Council, a National Consumer Council, a Primary Care Council and a Jurisdictional Representative Council. If we just talk about the Primary Care Council, it's expected that that would have GP, General Practitioner representatives and PHN representatives. And importantly, there would be both one GP rep and one PHN rep that would sit on the data linkage board. In the early years of the data linkage system, or this first phase that's been designed, there is a focus just on general practice data, but the council could be expanded to other health professionals if the primary care data set's expanded. The Charter of Responsibility and the terms of reference, they'd all need to be worked out if and when funding is approved for this project. And there'd also be local level governance, so each of the spokes would have their own governance for their data linkage, and we expect that there would be PHN and GP reps on those committees as well. In terms of the value proposition, the design of the National Data Linkage System presents many opportunities for PHNs. The first circle here represents PHNs as system integrators, recognising the One Health System concept, with PHNs playing the role of connectors and enablers in this system. The data linkage system will allow PHNs to continue this key role by expanding our partnerships with states and territories, providing new data for joint needs assessments and local planning, enhancing the way that we can engage with general practice in quality improvement, and overall enabling the quintuple aim. In addition, the data linkage will offer opportunities for PHNs to help shape primary care reform using data, for example, by supporting the national efforts to establish a primary care data collection, by improving and, working around data quality initiatives, by leveraging existing infrastructure like PHI, and also work that's been undertaken with the GP operational data store. And overall, it will strengthen our role in contributing to national initiatives. So overall, PHNs have the opportunity to bridge local delivery and national reform through connected data. And the data linkage project allows us to build on the work that we already do, or we're already doing, and to strengthen that even further to help shape primary health reform with data being at the centre. I just wanted to touch really briefly on the costings to let people know that there's been an extensive exercise undertaken to cost participation in the project across all of the 13 partners, and approximately 15% of the total costing estimates have been allocated to PHNs. The costing categories were wrapped up into some broad levels, but we have allowed for expected costs around program implementation and project management, general practice engagement and recruitment, enhancements to the data and linkage infrastructure, analytic capability, governance and data sharing agreements, and privacy impact assessments and legal advice. In terms of the next steps, the project team, there's still a small project team employed, and the business case is currently in its final stages of development, and it's expected to be presented to Health Chief Executives Forum in October this year. And from there, it's expected to be presented to the Health Ministers meeting in December this year. And really, it's dependent on the outcome of what the health ministers decide as to the next steps for this project, but pending their approval, it would then progress to a funding bid. In closing, I'd like to acknowledge people who have been along this journey on the past 12 months, so that's the project design team and all of the co-design and co-lead partners. I'd like to really thank my wonderful colleagues across the PHN network who were a part of the reference group, so Jason, Abhijit, Emma, Ben, Amanda, Susan, Lauren, Christina, Alison, Craig and Neve. Special thanks to Stu Gibbon at the PHI team for all of his input, and also to the support from the Executive Office and the executive people in our great network. So thank you, that's it, and if there's time I could take one or two questions. Just have a look in the app. Can't see any questions. Oh, okay. Yeah, sure.
If that's okay.
Yeah, hopefully.
We saw this morning, you know, a lot of work around spark and fire and things like that. So is there a broader plan in terms of obviously the National Data Linkage project and having that aligned to those standards? So
Yes.
data being collected and sharing?
Yes, definitely. So I think when we say it's been designed for what we know now, but certainly in the design, we want to leverage any existing work or future work that would be happening to improve data quality and incorporate data standards in as well. Yep.
In the diagram that you showed of the various different sources and the interoperability of agent data, state data moving to different places, I imagine that there would be a delay or some time with it happening at source and then ending up in the final link environment. How do you plan to address the data latency and actually capturing it, having it available after?
Yeah. I guess the point of this data linkage system is for population health planning and service planning and evaluation. So it's not intended to be used for point of care. I mean, it's all de-identified anyway, so it's not intended to be used for clinicians for point of care. So I think we know that from existing data linkage work, there definitely is a time delay in, you know, all of the things that are needed to link the data, and particularly at the states and territories, there's whole teams that code the data and make sure it's, you know, fit for purpose. So there will certainly be you know, some time delay in terms of when the reports, etc., are released. But I think given that it's for population health planning and service assessment, I think that you know, from, I don't have research here to quote, but from other evidence bases, the data that we'll be able to have from a linked perspective is still suitable for those purposes. I hope that.
I'll just bring the mic over for you. Just a minute.
Oh, right. Thank you. What a great presentation, and I can only imagine how difficult it would have been to coordinate and consult with all these different parties, so well done on that. I was just wondering, in terms of timeline, you talked about the business case and that's being presented soon and then yet again in December. Do you have in your head, or is there some high-level timeline when the project, assuming it's going to be funded, is going to kick off and the team can start work?
Yeah. I don't think anyone knows the exact answer to that question. I can see Emma shaking her head. But as I understand the next steps, that if it is approved to go to the funding bid stage, then that's another big piece of work that would happen, and there could be further changes. There'll be lots of further negotiation. But I think this design is being put forward as you know, a wonderful example of a co-design approach, and then we just need to see if it gets approved to move to the funding bid stage.
So lots of persistence there.
Yeah, not me. Okay, that's probably, yeah. I think, thank you everyone for listening.
Thank you very much, Jane. We'll just allow a few minutes as people come and go, and Brandon can just make his way to the front.
Hello. How is everyone? We good? All right, I've pushed in because I wanted to introduce Brandon because he works at the Gold Coast PHN. And just to give you a bit of a potted history, Brandon actually came to us in his last year of his IT degree as a student placement. He came to us at the time when we were actually developing Primary Sense, for those of you that know what Primary Sense is. And he very quickly got snuffled in to help the coding team develop Primary Sense. Then he was coming up to the end of his uni degree and we said, hey, this stuff's taken a lot of effort, it's bigger than we thought, can you stick around, do you want to work with us as a casual? So he did, and then he ended up sticking around for a very long time and becoming one of the key developers of Primary Sense when it was with Gold Coast PHN. And then we transferred him to WAPA when the Primary Sense platform got commercialised and nationalised. And then he's come back to work with us at Gold Coast PHN again. So I just want to let you know about the journey and the kind of career progression and foresight you can have in terms of investing in even free students when they're still at uni doing their degrees. So that's enough background, but I'd like to welcome Brandon to come and talk to you about some of the stuff that he's back at Gold Coast PHN doing, trying to further have a look at where we can take Primary Sense, but particularly ACG.
Thank you, Alison. That was all very kind. Today I'll be discussing ACG and its integration with Primary Sense, more specifically describing the journey that Gold Coast has gone through, initially using the ACG data, then finding the limitations in its current integration with Primary Sense, and then the work we're doing to resolve those issues. And for anyone unfamiliar with Primary Sense and ACG, I will touch on that briefly. Quick acknowledgement to country. Gold Coast Primary Health Network would like to acknowledge and pay respect to the land and the traditional practices of the families of the Yugambeh language region of southeast Queensland and their elders past, present and emerging. So Primary Sense, it is a clinical decision support tool that lives in the general practice. For our purpose, with this project, it is a primary care data extraction tool, de-identified, of course. And ACG, Johns Hopkins University developed this tool, adjusted clinical groups. It's a risk stratification software that can do all the lovely things advertised there. And it provides very useful insights when we use the Primary Sense data as an input. So it's worth noting as well, while I'm discussing this, that primary care data has its limitations with ACG. We'll touch on that later about opportunities to expand that, but just Primary Sense alone and primary care data does not utilize the entire suite of available features that ACG has. It's very much tailored to broad health data sets. So currently how ACG is used in Primary Sense, it lives in the operational space of PHI. So PHNs don't have a whole lot of control over that. Worth noting for the stuff that GCPHN has done further on. So details about the exact process are that patients are detected when they have a change in data by Primary Sense. When that change is detected, they're stepped into a queue where Primary Sense will then create 4 input files that will be sent through the ACG system. As shown here, those input files are related to their patient characteristics, the medications, pathology, and diagnoses. Once those files are inputted into ACG, ACG will work its magic, and then we will have a very thorough output file with many great insights. So that output is available to PHNs. It does live in the Parquet files that are provided to us in PHI. Probably not a lot of people have used it, but if you are familiar with the name, it's under PS ACG patient. And GCPHN has been using that data for a while. Obviously, as Alison mentioned, since the development of Primary Sense, we were using the information to inform the Primary Sense reports and prompts, and we eventually used that further on to inform our own analytics. So the specific values that we tend to lean towards, that we glean the most value out of, the resource utilization bands. So what they are sort of categorization of a patient's expected utilization of the healthcare system. So it acts as a pretty good proxy to the complexity of a patient, determining how unwell that patient is. So obviously a 1, they're probably okay, they don't need a lot of intervention, but 5s are those that will really need to be focused on and have more care made available to them. And the risk of hospitalization is pretty much as described. ACG can, with the data provided, give you an approximate percentage of whether or not it suspects that within the next 6 or 12 months, a patient will be administered to the hospital. And then there's the number of chronic conditions. ACG can also speak a variety of diagnosis codes, meaning that we can submit the ICPC codes from Primary Sense into ACG. It can work out which one of those are chronic and provide us a nice number showing just how chronic the conditions of the patient are. Number of prescribed medications, more specifically, it's the number of ingredients in the medications for that patient. So again, ACG can use its smarts and its understanding of ATC codes that Primary Sense has, determine the ingredients that are in each medication, and give you a number of exactly how many ingredients based on those medications are present in the patient. And then the frailty flag, which is just a flag showing whether or not the patient is frail. Very useful. So as GCPHN kept using this data, we started to become more familiar with the limitations that come with that data. So one of them is pretty significant. And is related to the fact that PHNs don't have a lot of control over the system presently. Is that it's only using primary care data. So obviously Primary Sense is only primary care data, but with PHNs having their own copy of ACG, we can feed it whatever data we want and utilize the suites of features that it has. And there's a further opportunity to link the Primary Sense data with other data sets to just further improve the analytics that can come from primary care data. Because again, ACG isn't just limited to what Primary Sense can input into it. We can augment the Primary Sense data if we have a successful linkage project with hospital data, for instance, and get even more insights into that. So as that says, GCPHN is developing a proof of concept with Queensland Health for the risk stratification, so ongoing work there. Another one which I believe is most significant, as it's always worth keeping in mind that Primary Sense was developed as a clinical decision support tool, meaning that it was designed to inform practices rather than PHNs, meaning that in its current design, it's operating at a practice level. The scope of the information is limited to a patient practice scope, meaning that if a patient visits multiple practices, their information is limited to whatever practice ID they have at a particular practice, and it's limited to that scope. So the work that Gold Coast has been doing is we have set up ACG in our tenancy, and we're working to aggregate the information I mentioned earlier related to the patient characteristics, diagnoses, etc., but join it at a UID level, meaning that we're searching across the entire PHN landscape to figure out, okay, what is everything wrong with this patient? And then creating a golden record of sorts, and then running through that through ACG. And another small one, but is sort of relevant to PHNs liking to have a copy of ACG in our own tenancy, is that, at least for the time being, I believe there's work going on related to this. ACG isn't the latest version in primary sense. So again, I believe there's work going on to remedy that. However, it sort of does highlight the issue of it being so integrated into primary sense. We don't have, if we want immediate analytics based on a new version that comes out, we have to wait for the development team to get to it and update it, which is a lot of work for the team because it's so integrated in the primary sense system. However, with our own versions, we can just hit the update button and then try and make it work with whatever we're doing. So I did touch on the why before as I was going through the limitations. It's just really important to get a whole view of a patient when looking at a PHN or even larger level. So creating that golden record, creating that source of truth for this is representative of the patient is really important. And once we have that, there's a lot of opportunity to go further, link it further, and get even greater insights. And yeah, just where we're at is that we have set up ACG in the GCPHN tenancy. The primary sense development team has been incredibly supportive in helping us getting that up and running. We have wrote a version that of code that creates those input files and does successfully get a output, and we will be investigating how we can best automate that, especially with the coming changes to the Delta upload of primary sense data. So I'll go through some of the findings that we had when looking at the output when we ran ACG at a UID level. It's just worth noting that all the data is preliminary. We're still working on it. It's all ongoing. So don't take pictures and use that to inform stuff in your PHN. So this is just to establish the denominators, just how many records are we analyzing in ACG compared to the original iteration of ACG and our UID-based one. The important values are at the top left and in the bottom right, where it's showing that there's about 1.8 million records in ACG when running it at a patient ID level. But when we squish it down to just the UID level, where we're just bringing everyone into a single value despite their traveling across practices, we're seeing more of 1.2 million records. And a quick look at the resource utilization bands for the original iteration. So this is at a patient ID level, patient practice ID level. We can see that around 50% of the users are healthy, and that seems pretty good. And then that does peter off further down. But it's a bit of a different story when you overlay the UID-based output. So what that's saying is that, okay, now that we aren't just focusing on a single practice, we're eliminating the concept of a practice and bringing it all together into just a single output. Patients, and that's just to be clear, the trend of patients is that they will usually visit a single practice for most of their care, but they do travel quite often between practices where they might go there for specialized care or something like that, or maybe it's just convenient for that day. But bringing that all together, we can see that in the practices where they appeared healthy, maybe they weren't so healthy. We lose about 50% of the healthy users, and that's spread across the other bands. It's particularly notable that the high and very high have pretty much doubled when looking at a UID level. And this is just a neat new feature of the latest version of ACG, which currently isn't present in primary sense, is patient need groups. So a patient need group categorizes patients into different groups based on complexity and intensity of their healthcare needs. So it's very useful when you're trying to, do some targeted analytics. Yeah. And just a bit more on patient needs groups, you can see that, you've got the multimorbidity, high complexity. It's pretty much as you'd expect. It's the older people. It's those with a higher number of diagnoses. And you can see it just goes down all the way to non-users. And what's next? So there's still a lot of work to be done on this project. We're still working out how much can we get out of the primary care data set. There are some values like the risk of hospitalization that we had available in the previous one that we're working to make have work in the UID-based one. There's opportunity for geographical distribution, case mix analyses of patient population, and just a lot of other stuff. Of course, collaborations with other PHNs. There's opportunity to get other PHNs on board onto ACG. We've done a lot of the legwork, happy to share it. And from that point, there's even opportunity to join those data sets and maybe just eliminate even those borders and see what can happen. And of course, explore opportunities with data linkages, as I said. If we augment that with other data sets like hospital data, well, there's just so much more we can get out of it, and it'll all make for interesting analytics. And yeah, that's pretty much me. If there are any questions.
Any questions?
Yes.
Thank you, Brendan. That was great and very informative. Couple of questions. How widespread is the use of ACG in the primary care system in Australia?
That's a great question. So in Australia, not a lot. I believe Primary Sense was the first. Alison, is that right?
Primary Sense is probably the one scaled version of ACG.
Right.
Isolated general practices in Sydney, interestingly enough,
Okay.
where the GPs have invested in ACG, but they're very isolated. Primary Sense, which is now in, help me out guys, 14 of the 29, 31 PHNs. Last time I looked, I think the data set is at around 18 million, of the population is covered with this ACG.
No, that's impressive.
But also noting that ACG is internationally regarded as like a very good tool. I believe in the United Kingdom it's used in their healthcare system.
It's used throughout the English NHS. It's heavily, a lot of the work that we've been following, we've been liaising strongly with NHS colleagues. But it's also used in a number of other countries, I think Israel, quite a few other countries. So whole country systems use it. It's obviously developed out of the US, where you've got those managed healthcare providers with holistic systems. So it's been kind of built for integrated data. For Primary Sense, because we built up the general practices, we had to work with Johns Hopkins to make it optimised for just primary care data. But now we want to change that.
Of course. And just very quickly, you mentioned on this slide that case mix analyses are possible. Is that because ACG is conceptually similar to DRGs that have been around in the hospital world for decades?
I honestly can't speak much to that. Yeah, I can't speak much to that.
Right.
Maybe Yanea had some thoughts.
Well, that's what it's used for. My name is Yanea, I'm from the Gold Coast PHN. It is used a lot in that space to help not only compare, so it's used for comparing general, when you're looking at a regional level, you isolate general practices, practice A doing, say, 100 health assessments per week, and the other one doing 20 health assessments per week. On surface, it looks like the first one is performing so much better. But when you separate the whole patient population according to the severity, then you realize that in fact they may even be addressing a much smaller percentage because they have a population with particular needs based on that complexity stratification. Something else came to mind just because when we were preparing for this presentation with Brendan. There's a really interesting study from Norway, though. It's not Australian, but it looked at risk stratifications used in primary care and risk stratifications used in hospital care. And mind you, also our hospital systems use risk stratification systems, not through the same ACG, but they apply a similar sort of methodology of looking at a whole region and looking at how many of our residents are considered high needs, very high needs, etc., etc. So that Norwegian study took the same cohort of patients and looked at how they were classified in the primary care and in the hospital care. And whilst the percentage of people classified as high complexity needs was similar, about 6-7% from memory, only 1 in 5 of those people were picked up as high risk in both systems, right? So when we're looking at a whole regional health system, we are servicing the same population, say in Gold Coast, as a PHN looking after primary care land, and then we got Gold Coast Health. It is the same region with the same needs, but our systems detect them very differently. That's why the interest in that ongoing effort in linking our data sets to get a more comprehensive risk segmentation and stratification.
Thank you for that. It doesn't surprise me. DRG is largely a resource allocation system rather than a risk stratification system. It's a very different concept, actually. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
So probably got time for one more question here.
Actually, he was next.
Oh, sorry.
I was just going to comment. So Paula has had ACG mapped for a while. So in terms of Zoran's question, that's 14 plus 7, 21, 31, where we get a perspective of ACG.
Awesome, thank you. I appreciate that.
Quick question about the models. Are they tuned with Australian data or are they imported from overseas as they are?
So the whole system, I think, is largely tuned for the United States, but we've collaborated with Johns Hopkins themselves, and they've, they're very collaborative, and well, it seems like Alison had something to say about it.
I will interject. We did actually spend probably a good 2 years collaborating with Johns Hopkins and doing very detailed studies, including with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander data. One of the first practices we had with the data in there was an AMS in the region. So we actually did look at even different cohorts, the broad mainstream patient group, and then also cohorts specifically Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander. And they fine-tuned work in the models for us. They validated and then fine-tuned where they felt they needed to. But actually, interestingly, it worked really well for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander model. It was very comparative as well.
Thank you.
Thanks, Brandon.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thanks. We'll just have a break again. Thank you.
That's the
Yeah, and I'll step down. Do I just press? I think I just do I just press it?
Can I use this mic?
Yeah.
And for our final concurrent today, we have Phoebe Chomley, we have Grace Ginn, and we have Kelly McDonnell watching on the live stream. And their topic is development of the POLA, Hepatitis C report and its use in Beyond the Sea case study. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Grace. Just want to say thank you to Phoebe and Cespin for inviting me for this co-presentation. I'm really excited to be here to present on behalf of the Beyond the Sea project team on our collaboration between AIHW and the Central Region Sydney PHN. I just want to start by acknowledging the traditional custodians, the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, and extend that respect to elders past and present and any Aboriginal people joining with us today. So Beyond the Sea is a national partnership project working with general practice, led by AIHW. It's funded by the Australian Government Department of Health, and since launching in December 2022, we've collaborated with local health services such as public health units and PHNs to support primary care. The project aims to find people who are undiagnosed, underdiagnosed, and untreated for hepatitis C, and within primary care services, connecting them, engaging with them, and back into care. As one of the pillars of the National Hepatitis C 50,000 project, the Beyond the Sea project provides structured and tailored support to practices to undertake hepatitis C case finding and clinical auditing, and to ultimately improve the quality of care to our hepatitis C affected communities. Participation in the project allows practices to undertake various QI activities to address their quality improvement requirements, such as for PIP-QI funding and practice accreditation. Practices are supported through one-to-one tailored structured meetings with our clinical nurse advisor team, and the project strongly encourages GP, practice manager and practice nurse involvement in the project and meetings, and we support them to be involved as well. So collaboration with primary health networks has been a key focus and component of the project as we strengthen practice relationships with the health services, with the PHN representatives, and this is to ensure ongoing support beyond the project as well. Our team also offers monthly meetings with the primary health networks and the general practice team or relevant QI teams to discuss practice progress and support and what they might need when it comes to clinical auditing and case finding, and maximising their practice software and data extraction tools such as POLA, PenCat and Primary Sense. So once engaged, the practices are invited to think about how quality improvement can best work in their practice and allocate roles to each of their team members. Existing processes and QI procedures are explored and reviewed, and areas where they might need additional support are identified. So this might include resources and education on hepatitis C register, templates, GP management plans, etc. Practices are also supported to search their data and then undertake plan, do, study, act cycles and to test changes in small processes. So this might include implementing QI activities into your existing workflows and ultimately leading to hepatitis C testing and treatment rate increases. And upon completion of the reporting requirements, incentive payments are paid at 2 time points to a total of $4,000 for the practice. And for GPs to support them in being part of the project is also credited for 5 measuring outcomes hours. So some data cleaning activities or QI activities may include data cleaning, so ensuring everyone with hepatitis C in their practice is appropriately coded in their software, and potential risk factors are also coded. Also identifying people that have had a positive hepatitis C diagnosis but no offered treatment to ensure that they're offered treatment appropriately, and identifying people in the software where they may have risk factors or indications for hepatitis C testing to ensure testing is offered as appropriate. And so the Beyond the Sea project team meets with Cespin monthly, and Phoebe has been proactively invited to practice meetings to support the practice team in ensuring that the QI activities are followed through well and that they optimise their clinical software and the use of POLA. So I'll now hand over to Phoebe to present the next part.
Thank you, Grace. Hi, everybody. I'm Phoebe. I'm from the Central and Eastern Sydney PHN. I am the Viral Hepatitis and Sexual Health Program Officer, and hopefully we'll be seeing interoperability in practice. We commissioned Outcome Health to do this report in 2017, which was on the back of the DAAs becoming on the PBS, which is a cure for hepatitis C. So I actually have a video because it was the easiest way to navigate from the lectern, so apologies, but I hope it's enjoyable.
Hello, this is a demo for the Polar Hep C report. This report is found on the Polar Explorer website. It's a web-based report. So once you jump onto the website, you go up to reports up here in the left-hand corner, find web reports. You can see that I have quite a few reports. This will depend on what Polar has supplied to your PHN. I'm going into the hepatitis demo report today. So this is dummy data, but in your practice, it'll be your data. You can see up the top here, we have one report for Hep B, one report for Hep C. It automatically populates on the Hep B report. So we're just going to swap over to the Hep C report for today. And you can see on the first page, it populates with all your people in the practice who have a hepatitis C diagnosis. You can click RACGB active over here to find people who have been in your practice at least twice in the last 3 years. I think that's the rules for RACGB active. Across the top here, you can see this is where the diagnosis is. You can see what date that person was diagnosed and whether the GP has marked it as active or inactive. There is also another diagnosis that you can change it to, which is Hep C eradicated. I can't see any right now, but maybe if I click the inactives, you can see here one here. So at some point the GP has jumped in or the practice manager and given that person a new diagnosis of Hep C eradicated. So that'll make a little bit more sense later on. You can see over here the pathology results. This is very poorly populated in this report. I can go into reasons why if you're interested, please reach out. We have the ALT, so liver function tests over here. They're marked in red if they're high. That will change based on someone's gender. It can give you an idea of who has some liver damage, as can the APRI score. An APRI score over 1 is an indication of cirrhosis, which is a diagnosis of liver damage, which they can also have an actual diagnosis coded in the software. So this is all important in Hep C. And over here you have the treatment column. If the patient has had treatment at the practice, this will populate. It does not mean that they haven't been treated though. They may have been treated somewhere else or by a specialist, in which case this column over here becomes very useful. You can have a look. So this person's seen a gastroenterologist in 2021. This person's seen a gastroenterologist many times in 2023. So you would hope that at some point in that correspondence, you can find a treatment history. So the treatments are essentially called direct-acting antivirals or DAAs, and they came out in 2016, and we're trying to get everybody on the new treatments because they're a cure. So if we just scroll over, you can also see this Hep C eliminated column as well, whether they've had a liver ultrasound. Sometimes this doesn't populate that well, so I don't really trust this column very well, and who's the most seen GP. This can just help you when you're reviewing patients and who to talk to. This list can be exported using this button, and then you can also generate a patient list with the names using this button. And unfortunately, with this report, you have to marry the two. You can just cut and copy. But again, reach out if you need assistance doing that. And then over at the top here, you can swap over to the screening button. So this gives you a report of all the people in your practice who do not have a Hep C diagnosis. So you can do screening projects or quality improvement activities around screening. Over here we have ethnicity, Indigenous status. Again, this is that liver function tests. So if they're the hash, it means that it's quite an old test. Probably maybe haven't been seen for a while. We have whether they have a history of injecting drug use, whether they have co-infection with HIV or Hep B, whether they're on PrEP, opioid prescriptions here, the APRI score, as you saw in the last report, APRI scores over 1 indicate potentially liver damage. The cirrhosis diagnosis is there again. And over here we have a count of the risk factors, but I will just point out that this is not a weighted count, so it's not clinically relevant, but just more gives practices an idea about who has multiple risk factors. You can also do a search for people if you wanted to look particularly for any communities, like you won't be wanting to look at your Greek community. You could do an SMS for them or a letter, or just put a note in the software that you wanted to do Hep C testing for that patient. I would recommend pointing out to the doctors that they need an antibody and, if positive, a PCR for RNA. And over here we have the reporting. This one shows you, as mentioned before, given that you can give patients that new diagnosis of eradicated if you go through their history and you see that somebody has given them treatment at some point, and you have what's called an SVR12, which is proof of a cure through a blood test, or you have correspondence from a specialist or the patient to kind of confirm that they have had treatment and there's no risk of reinfection. Then this is quite a good little report that you can use for quality improvement. Essentially, when it populates, it's not populating today, but it will show you that new diagnosis over time. So if you went and actively changed all the people to Hep C eliminated, then you would see that climb. You can see it.
I might just move to the next slide, but there are a few more reporting tabs that you can use and take screenshots to use as evidence for quality improvement. So the next slide is a case study. We used Polar in a practice called Maroubra Medical Centre. As Lynn mentioned, Kelly, our fantastic practice manager who did all the work, is actually speaking to these slides. We thought it was more powerful coming from her, seeing as she was the one that did all the work and had to talk to all the GPs and wrangle the project. So she, as mentioned, she is online. So yeah, we'd love to hear from Kelly.
Hi everyone, my name is Kelly McDonnell. I am the practice manager at Maroubra Medical Centre. We have been servicing the community for over 35 years very proudly. We are a privately owned practice with one owner who still works very actively within our business, and we have very passionate staff. There are over 20 doctors in the practice. We have 2 who are opioid substitute therapy prescribers. One is currently a full-time and one is a semi-retired. When that doctor became semi-retired, many of our patients actually moved on to a new prescriber, as our existing one already had a very full schedule. So we use Polar as our data extraction tool. We had 128 patients on our original list due to coded diagnosis of Hep C or any treatment history found in the file. After data cleaning, we removed 18 people as they had found a new prescriber. They had moved on. 3 patients were banned, 2 were deceased, and 28 were inactive. They had not seen us for the last 2 years. So 51 were taken out, which left us with 77. And you can see me holding the lists on the side there. You obviously don't have to print lists, but I just am a visual person. I just found it easier to do it that way. Of the 77, 28 were RNA negative, 33 were unknown RNA, and 15 were RNA positive. So we recalled those 48. We had 17 not respond to that recall, but we had 29 patients that did come back. 4 of those verbally communicated that they were RNA negative. 1 did not attend an opportunity for a blood test. 6 did get their blood tested, and unfortunately 18 patients returned for that recall, but the doctors ended up talking to them about something else the patient wanted to talk to, so they did not talk about their Hep C. But we managed to capture a few in our time point too. So of the 6 that got the blood test, 4 were RNA negative, 1 had their AB ordered, but the lab didn't do the reflex test, and 1 was RNA positive. The patient returned, but at that time declined treatment. So we discovered some opportunities for improvement. 1 was with our recall process. There were 18 patients that returned for the recall, but the doctors missed that reason for recall, and the patients came in and started talking about something else as well. So there was a bit of a breakdown in the opportunity for the testing there. It would be great if best practice had something like a pop-up note so that it really was front and centre when doctor first opens the file. But we have since tried to change around our protocols that when the doctors do open the file, that they do look up in that section to see if there's anything that needs to be addressed with the patient. We could have used the nurses a bit more. There was an opportunity there for them to be taking history for the doctors to save them time. Not to say that nurses have a whole bunch of time either, but I really feel like we could have used them more. And nurses see a lot of our patients and have the time while they're wound dressing and doing other things to do that opportunistic risk assessing. So they've now been educated to do that as well. When sending to pathology, it's really important that we're making sure that we have written on the forms exactly what it is that we want tested. It's important to know what the pathology company protocol is, what it is that they would like written on there to make sure that you are getting that PCR if a positive is returned. It's also about keeping everybody in the loop. So more meetings or touch points to keep that quality improvement front of mind. We did a lunchroom tally sheet to keep people reminded as well. And for time point 2, I ended up starting a chat group so that the doctors were keeping Hep C front of mind. In regards to the GP education, some of my doctors just didn't know there was an opportunity that they could actually start treatment themselves. You don't actually have to refer on to a specialist, so there's a bit of education for that. The Motivate C program is excellent, and we found out about that sort of partway through time point 1. And in regards to having some scripts or even a bit of role playing about how to approach patients about testing and treating, especially if they are declining treatment, I think had our doctors been doing that at the start, they may have been a little more comfortable in their approach with patients.
This is the last slide from Kelly.
So there were some key learnings. One was to be persistent. This is not just for me. This was for the people that I was working with. They were persistent with me, getting me on board, getting me started, because as a practice manager and even as a practice, there's always a reason to put something off, but they were persistent, and I'm really glad that they were. I also had to be persistent in regards to getting our lab on board with giving me the data. It took a few phone calls, some emails, but I ended up finding the right person who wanted to help me. So being persistent is really important. In regards to ASHM and PHN, letting those practices know that they will be fully supported, that they can feel comfortable reaching out, asking questions and seeking clarification. I thankfully had this from the very start, thanks to Phoebe and Lisa, and this made the whole process way less overwhelming. There was no stupid questions, no email was too hard to answer, and I couldn't appreciate them more. So letting practices know if you're onboarding them that they'll be fully supported is a big one. Leveraging off those existing relationships and finding and growing new relationships. If there's something that is not in your wheelhouse, go find someone to help you, and so they can help you with this as well. Having protected time and focused time, because this is data heavy, it is important to make sure that you are securing some time in your calendar where you really are just doing this project and this processing this information. Always having a future meeting in place and knowing that you can reach out in between. To Lisa's credit, every time we were about to finish a meeting, she was like, when are we meeting next? And not only was that comforting to me to know that I knew when I was going to be seeing them next, it also meant that in between, if I had any questions, I could decide, can it hold until we have the meeting, or should I send them an email now? And there's way more incentives than just financial. We're improving those patient outcomes. Doctors are getting CPD hours. The doctors are building relationships with the patients as well as the practice. And there's so much new knowledge gained. There is, I think every doctor that was a part of this, and we have 20 doctors here, all had new information that they weren't aware of beforehand. And that can only be a good thing. And then, of course, we need to celebrate the wins. Every little win, every little data change, and this is from the little data geek inside me, is worth a celebration. So make sure that you are applauding yourself, your staff, and everybody else that's involved.
So thank you, Kelly. Lisa is also the nurse that does the virtual support on behalf of AIHW, and she's been integral in this project as well. I think she's online as well. So that's the end of our presentation, but Beyond the Sea is still accepting recruitment until the end of the year, so feel free to grab the QR code or talk to Grace during the break. And if there is any questions, I think we have a little bit of time.
Does anyone have a question?
If not, it is break time. Yeah, okay. So, is there any questions? Okay, then we'll go to a break. Thank you, Phoebe. Thank you, Grace. And Kelly online. And if you can come back at 3:50, so you've got half an hour for afternoon tea. Thank you. Enjoy. Hi again, everyone. If you can just take your seats, please. Got our last speaker this afternoon. I know it's been a big day already, but hang in there. We've got a really exciting session this afternoon. In this session, you'll learn how to craft simple, impactful content that builds trust, boosts data literacy and cuts through misinformation in a fun and engaging way. You can't just sit there, you're going to have to participate in this one. So, introducing Isabel Whittington, who's the Media and Social Media Planning Manager at the Australian Bureau of Statistics. With a background in psychology, Isabel understands the quirks of human behaviour and uses that insight to interpret and present data in a way that resonates with people. She joined the award-winning ABS social media team in 2022, where she turns complex data into simple, engaging content for the ABS's 500,000 followers. That's 19 followers for every 1,000 Australians, the highest ratio for any stats agency in the world. In 2022, Isabel took on the challenge of creating an Instagram strategy to boost data literacy among younger audiences. The ABS Instagram follower base grew by a whopping 350% since March 2023, from 20,000 to 90,000 followers. She's going to show us how you can do that too. Enjoy. Thank you, Isabel.
Hello. Thanks for that introduction. Data is boring. But don't worry, we're not trying to communicate data. We're communicating relationships, life experiences, stories. To paraphrase Nike, we're not a data agency, we're a statistics agency, or a storytelling agency. Before there is data, there are people. People who offer up their experiences to be counted and analysed. Our job at the Australian Bureau of Statistics is to take that data, collect it, analyse it, and communicate it back to the people it matters to as wide an audience as possible in an engaging and accessible way. So while some of us in this room may be excited by this image, we can all agree that we feel that way not because we love the numbers in themselves, but the sense of possibility, digging for connections and discovering gold. In an age when misinformation is rife, we can't afford to hide our important discoveries by stepping away from social media, dismissing it as too hard, too toxic, or too much effort. As those that seek the best scientific knowledge, it's our responsibility to spread that trusted and true information where our audiences are. So today I hope you walk away with a toolkit of how to flood the zone with compelling storytelling from your trusted voice, creating engaging and accessible content that also helps our audiences become more data literate, to pre-bunk, that is, help audiences build critical thinking before they get pulled in by misinformation. So a quick story before we get started. I was talking to my dad before this presentation. He was in advertising in the heyday, the 80s, and I was explaining some of the principles that we use at the ABS to make data engaging and accessible. He said, "You probably don't care what I think, I'm only an old fella, but they do still play I Feel Like a Twoies on TV." He said they had 3 rules that guided them. We always said, keep it simple, stupid. You'll be sweet, sweet, sweet if you repeat, repeat, repeat. And just when you're getting sick of your message is when your audience is starting to pay attention. There are a lot of new ideas out there, new technologies and tools, But I was surprised to realise how closely Dad's ideas aligned with some of the pillars underpinning the ABS's social media program. I'll take you through what we did and see if you can spot where the old ad ideas apply. So, why should you listen to me? This is the kind of feedback we get every day on the ABS social media accounts. The ABS has 19 followers for every 1,000 Australians, as Lynn said, the highest ratio for any national statistics agency in the world, and is one of the best performing government accounts in Australia. Thank you. And we have the data to back it up. Here you can see 2024 was our best year yet, with 48 million impressions across our platforms, 2.6 million likes, comments and shares, and our follower crew growing to now 530,000 Australians. Okay, I won't be offended if you get out your phones right now and look us up on Instagram, Facebook or LinkedIn. Just remember to hit follow to join the not so exclusive club. So how did we do it? We looked at the data, of course. We did an audit of all our content and found 3 principles were behind the best performing stuff. The best performing content was informative. Who knew putting some information in our content would be better than none? It was also contextual or relatable. You can see here a comparison worked a lot better than a single number. Humans are a lot better at understanding more or less than a single large number. Sorry. And the last principle of good content that we found in our 2018 audit was keep it simple. I'm sure you've all heard of or even felt the effects of shrinking attention spans. And that's why we've got to hook people in with a simple, contextual and informative message straight away. We made a data-driven decision to create more informative, relatable, simple content with a consistent style to build a social media brand that our audience can trust. And within a few months, we were seeing these results. So, how do we make our posts informative? To make our complex data easy to digest, we use data visualization. The type of story you want to tell with your data will help you choose what type of visualization is best to use. If you have one statistic, one ratio or number you want to communicate, keep it simple. You can use a pictogram, here showing the 1 in 5 Aussies that have a vitamin D deficiency. You might think that one should be the paler of the group, but we have strict style guides about that we use darker tints to highlight where we want to draw the eye. You can also take away the data from the visualization completely and let creativity run wild, like with this cycling stat. If you're comparing values, you've got to start with tables. Tables are a good way to show different units of measurement in one image. But if you really want to visualize your data, comparing values at a glance is even easier when you use a chart. People are pretty good at determining the difference in size between 2 circles, which is why the area chart is a favourite to compare 2 values. The Venn diagram does something similar, showing the intersection of 2 numbers, like in this post about the 12 statisticians with nursing qualifications, like Florence Nightingale. Did you know she was a data viz icon herself? As a nurse in the Crimean War, she pioneered simple hygiene measures like hand washing and then used data visualization to show how well it worked. Doctors at the time thought infectious diseases were pretty much unpreventable, but Nightingale's chart showed that improving hygiene greatly reduced soldier deaths. She used this chart to campaign for hospital hygiene around the world, all the way back in the 1850s. I've got a few notes myself, but it did the job. Like Florence, we use data visualization to educate about important health issues. Here, we draw attention to differences in value by focusing on length in the classic bar or column chart. A lot of our more creative posts are also based on the simple bar chart. Bar charts are also great at showing patterns, trends, and outliers because they show comparisons and change through their shape. And of course, you can show patterns and trends with multiple data sets with a line chart. This is some good news. If you're trying to show parts to a whole, or the composition of the data, you could use a stacked bar or column or line chart, or the infamous pie chart. Pie charts need to be used with caution. If you've ever had kids fighting over who got the biggest slice of cake, you'll know that unfortunately people aren't very good at determining relative sizes of slices. So stick to a maximum of 5 slices in any pie chart. What if we want to show how our data is skewed? Maps are perfect for geographical distribution, even if you just label the numbers on the graph rather than using a heat map like this one. The histogram on the right shows the distribution of ages in the population and even compares 2 populations, 1981 and 2023. Both these examples are going to need a lot more perusing to understand. There are so many other more complex types of data visualization which can be fun to experiment with. We saw some great ones this morning in the Healthdirect presentation, but they need a lot more explanation than a social media audience will probably have the time to look through. We try to remember that a lot of them will also be unfamiliar to a general audience, so we use with care. Simpler is always better for a social media audience. So, how do we make our numbers contextual and relatable? There's a famous experiment that asked people to place a marker for where they thought 1 million would be on a line between 1,000 and 1 billion. I'm sure you're all having a guess right now. 50% of people place that marker somewhere around the middle. I have no doubt you all know exactly where the marker should go, back down here somewhere. But it shows how human brains aren't built to understand large numbers, like millions and billions out of context. So how to help people understand? Firstly, we want to use digits and not words. We want to simplify the numbers with lots of zeros, using commas in large numbers, round them up or down, or better yet, spell out the unit like million or billion. To make big numbers relatable, use proportions like percentages. Percentages are much more understandable than counts, and fractions are actually even better. So we try to use them wherever possible to bring the people back into the data. Another way to make large counts relatable is to divide them by people, or a unit of measurement that people can understand, like chocolate bars or smoothies. How to make the data simple. Now, simple means different things to different audiences, and it can trip up experts like ourselves. As this cartoon illustrates, we can overestimate people's ability to read data visualizations. So how do we help our points stand out and people understand the story more clearly? Our eyes are naturally drawn to certain components of images, And you can use these techniques to help bring attention to the message you want to convey with your visualization. Firstly, we always try to explain the story in the headline. Rather than the academic title, we point out what this line graph is really telling us. Next, we use contrast. Using colour and contrast is an easy way to make one of your data points stand out. For example, here we are calling out one data point by making it a different colour to all the rest. To make the image easy to understand in one look, we remove legends and label directly on graphs like this one. Thankfully, we are in an even better position now in Parliament. Finally, we help our audience grasp the theme of our post without reading a word by using visual aids, like our iPad baby here in our post about screen time. And of course, we try to use simple language. Avoid using unusual words, phrases, acronyms, jargon and idioms. Make your headlines short. You can always use the caption for more detail. And we always use personal pronouns, you, your, we, us, our. So let's go through a real life example. You might have something like this in your files already. You might download it from the ABS website like I did. You might get it from the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare or Healthdirect. Some of our excellent presenters earlier in the day had some great data to share. You might have even already made it into a chart, something academic like this. So let's take a look. What is the story here? Do we want to focus on the females 18 to 44 who are least likely to have diabetes? Or should we look at the total people here, 13.2% of Australians living with diabetes? Or maybe we should promote preventative measures. We could look at the males 65 plus, that population who are most likely to have diabetes. So here I've taken the males in the 3 age brackets and made a simpler column chart. First thing to do is round those numbers. Then we can remove the grid lines and the y-axis. We have the bars labelled, so we don't need it. Now let's highlight the group we're talking about and add a fraction into the headline to make it relatable. We can also use the subheading to explain the graph a little more. An icon can help represent our theme really effectively. We try to use a lighter neutral shade for this so we don't detract from the data viz. And of course, don't forget to source your data. We include sources in the bottom right of every post. And if I see anyone that doesn't have a source, I'll have a harsh word with you. So now we're going to make our own social post. I hope you've got enough energy for this. So you scan the QR code or Google ABS National Health Survey, and you'll find results of the National Health Survey. There are heaps of simple one-line points there about various health conditions. You can click through to the individual pages as well for arthritis, asthma, and you'll find some graphs to work with on those pages. You can work in groups of 2 or 3, might be best, to find some data that you want to tell a story about. At the ABS, we use Canva to create our posts, but a pen and paper is a great way to start. So aim for a catchy headline that explains the story you want to tell in simple language. Make sure that data viz is engaging and simple, and try and make it contextual. And we'll give you about 10 minutes, and then we can share each other's posts and see how we go. If you have any trouble finding the website, just let me know and I'll come and help you. Okay, has everyone had a good chance? Have you shared your beautiful creation with the table? Should I give you another couple of minutes to do that, or are you all good? All good. Okay, great. We've got our beautiful data stories. I've seen a few of them and they are beautiful, although I have been accused of using this as a content mine to get you all working for me. So now I'll just very quickly go through how we can get our creations out there. We use social media to reach a broad audience. To reach them, we need to use emotion, whether with joy, humour, shock, or even just making them feel smart by helping them understand our information. After all, people come to social media for entertainment, so we do need to give them what they want. First, we have to start posting, but after some time, you'll get some data to analyse. Our favourite thing, right? Then you can lean in to what works. Here you can see our rip-off of Edgar Allan Poe using census data. Just keeps getting more views and likes and comments and shares every year we post it. I don't know if you can see that, but it went from 1.4k engagements in the first year to 8.5k the final year. So you might be worried that only the silly, jokey posts are the ones that get repeated. But by building our audience with these fun posts, we get more eyeballs on the important stuff. We repost the top post for each month, then the yearly ones in January, and repost popular content year after year, and it always does well. Don't people get sick of it? We overestimate communications fatigue because we see the content a lot. But content has a lot more longevity than we give it credit for. Remember, just when you're getting sick of it, that's when your audience is starting to pay attention. So I hope you've learned how to tell stories rather than just collect data. You have authority, so use your authority to have fun and build your audience for your trusted information. But remember to keep it simple. Do you have any questions? In that? No? Okay.
Do you have a trick for getting the height of your bars correct when you move them into Canva?
Canva has a inbuilt chart tool. So for bar charts, line charts, it's pretty good. If you want to use an area chart, you need to use a different type of tool. And yes, we do spend quite a lot of time making sure that, for example, our hobbits aren't also getting fatter as they get taller, because that would be inaccurate. They need to be the same width. Any other questions? Yeah, we've got one here.
I'll just bring the mic over.
Give us some of your data visualization crimes that you said.
Well, I said my personal hatred is not sourcing. So you see a lot of really cool maps and data visualization on social media that just don't have any source. I don't know if anyone's seen this one of like places where kangaroos outnumber people in Australia, and I think that's so amazing. Like, where did they find this? I don't know. I really want to find out if it's true, you know, think critically about it. 3D charts, I don't think they're necessary. Pie charts with more than 5 segments. Yeah, I think anywhere where it can be simpler, why not? If you're trying to reach an audience that aren't a non-scientific audience. Yeah. Oh, great. Thank you. Okay, I have, how do you approach telling data stories about bad news versus talking about good news? So like I said about our health data, yeah, a lot of the time we're trying to point out something that is, I guess, a bad news story about how many people have diabetes, for example. We just make sure to adjust our tone to not bring too much of that fun energy into those type of posts. Like I said, those fun posts bring in the audience, and that's how we get most of our followers and our likes and stuff. And that doesn't mean that we only post fun stuff, because the reason we make those fun posts is to build the audience for then sharing this really important data about health or getting people to fill in their census, so we get that data and building trust in our as an organisation. So, oh, I've been locked out of your phone, sorry. For the next question. Does the algorithm not penalise you for repeating content? There is a lot of talk about what in social media circles about what you need to do to make sure Facebook and Instagram like you, and you need to follow all their rules. But the fact is, people look at social media to be entertained. It's when they're tired or bored, they just want to look at something. So if you make stuff that's entertaining, it seems to just go well on every channel. And people, we've got a strategy in the ABS that we call COPE, which is create once, post everywhere. A lot of different organisations try to say, oh, we've got a Facebook strategy, we've got a LinkedIn strategy, we only post professional stuff on LinkedIn, for example. But once we started posting our fun stuff on LinkedIn, it absolutely went off, because people were sick of conference updates, sorry. And so seeing a funny meme or some interesting data, it actually goes really well. And no, we don't get penalised for repeating content. People just seem to like it more and more. The first time you post it, it gets shown to a certain group of people. The second time it might be shown to a completely different group of people. So those people might not see it twice. And even if you do see it twice, I'm sure everyone here has actually seen something come up again. And if you liked it the first time, you probably like it again. It's like watching reruns, right? Will you consider dark mode colour themes? Ooh. I have everything on my computer as dark mode, so maybe, but I think we once accidentally posted something dark mode because we forgot to put the white background behind it, and our super fans just saw it before we took it down, and then they still comment bring it back, bring it back. How do you select what data to highlight when you have access to so much data? So we have our release calendar. Obviously, when a new release comes out, we should try and post about it. But mainly, we use our own content calendar, which is based on special days, anniversaries of things, people's birthdays, like Florence Nightingale. The International Day of the Nurse is actually on her birthday, so that inspired that one. It was recently John Venn's birthday, who is the inventor of the Venn diagram. So we posted a bunch of Venn diagrams. You can see on our Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, just in the last couple of days. How did you increase your social media engagement so quickly and so massively? Well, that's what this presentation was about. No. So simple and engaging, contextual and relatable. I do give a lot of credit to our graphic design style guide. Once we started posting funny stuff in that style guide, I think it makes people, if they see that kind of look, even if it's something about diabetes, they will stop and look at it just in case it's something funny. So yes, that's we constantly work at it. We constantly look at our data and see what works best. And we have KPIs for jokes, poems, changes in data that show that like women's progress posts, they always really do really well. So we actually have a KPI for them. In different types of employment, like jobs, by or cultural maps, so like where people live who are born in Argentina, for example, and the top suburb for each of those in each state for people who are born in Argentina. So those kind of cultural maps always do really well. People tag their friends who are of that group, and so we make sure we post one of them like every week, basically. Yeah, and your phone's locked again. I think there was one more question, but I'm sure everyone's desperate to go get a drink. Who writes the rap lyrics? Yes, we do have one particular staff member who is particularly talented at writing raps and poems. We have tried using ChatGPT and generative AI, but it just can't do it. Like, it's not funny enough. So I'll just give her a shout out in case she's watching on the live stream that, yeah, Annalise Stitt, she's very talented with working with old songs and poems, Dr. Seuss, Eminem, and working in the census data. So watch out for some more. Yep. Okay, there's one more question over here, actually.
Yeah, I was just what's your thoughts around infographics as opposed to graphs? So using, like, so to give an example, we did the physical activity one.
Yeah.
And we went with, don't be a couch potato, be a super stud was our...
Okay, cute, yeah.
And we, super spud.
Super spud, yeah. Okay.
3 of 4 people are below the physical activity guidelines.
Yes.
We went for the larger amount rather than the figure which was lower.
Okay.
Like saying that 1 is above.
Yeah.
And so we've got 3 couch potatoes.
Yeah.
3 potatoes on a couch, and then we've got
One of them is, yeah, okay, one of them is on a bench and they're pressing, yeah, I see. No, that's great. I love that we, I think I mentioned them at the very beginning, pictograms, like when you shade in one of them to show, I think they're great. I think a lot of people around the room use that as because they're easier to draw than a graph accurately. We had one using feet at the front here with people who are diabetic who got their feet checked. It's very important, apparently. Yeah, no, I love them. They're so super simple, and we recently did a post if Australia was 100 people, and it had 100 people, and broke them down by, where they were born and stuff like that, which I think shows, once you bring those people back into the data, it really helps, yeah, people to relate to it. Okay, yeah.
One great question. Do you or would you consider having an RSS feed for people who don't use social media?
Uh-huh.
Like a web comment to be able to follow?
Okay, no, I haven't thought of that, but that is a good point, because I know I struggle daily with like the evils of social media and then the benefits, and so for people who have opted out of using social media to still get our content, I'll definitely take that back and consider it. Thanks for the idea.
You can take the spud back.
I will, yeah, definitely. Super spud, all right. Okay. Thank you so much. Yeah, and if you can find me on LinkedIn, you could send me your ideas, and then I'll make sure to tag you when I post them. Thanks very much.
Yeah, thank you, Isabel, and a great presentation. Another round of applause for Isabel. That was really fantastic. I can see you've all engaged with that, and I look forward to seeing these engaging social media posts on all the PHN socials. So I need to tell you that we're at the pointy end of the day. It's time to look at the evaluations. You can, we haven't got a QR code up here, but they're all on your table and they're also in your app. So just go to the evaluation section. It'll take 2 seconds. So each day we're just asking a few questions at the end of the day. It'd be lovely to get those. But right now, I want to introduce Peter Boffey, who is the data team lead from Brisbane North PHN. He'll share his insights from the day in a way that only Peter Boffey can.
Hello. Hi. Thanks, everyone. I think you'll all agree today has actually well and truly exceeded my expectations as one. I think even from first up this morning when we had Simon coming through and doing the demography from early on, I'm really impressed with the way that set the tone for today. Really, really enjoyed that, Isabel. Thank you for sharing. And I think there's a really nice blend between how we're going about what we're doing now and sharing the experiences that we've currently got and what we're looking at in the future. So a couple of things I did really pick out, one being the overwhelming thread of skills capacity building, which came up, I think, on a number of presentations. And interestingly, also the overwhelming thread of AI that was coming through as well, through a lot. And then putting those two together and considering things around AI skills capacity building as well as something that we should really be considering as part of the digital and data landscape as we move forward. So I'm really aware that I'm between you and, oh, actually, is my phone up there? Yeah, I just got to call someone, sorry. Just got something to do, you know how it is. I do actually have to call someone, so sorry about that. I've decided, and I'm doing this every day, so I don't want you to get bored of me day one going too deep. So I thought I'm going to start today with something a little bit off-centre. Well, it doesn't turn out to be completely off-centre after hearing Isabel's speech there, but when speaking with Lynn mentioned to me that I was responsible for the wrap-up. And I thought, the wrap-up? That's quite interesting. So I've just got to jump on. Yeah, you there? Yep. Okay. Yep. How funny. My phone is actually dialing. That's really funny. Glad I didn't have the sound on for that. Won't be a moment. Just see if he's here. So you'll see purpose to this in a moment. I hope, are we still live streaming, Lynn? Is that? We are, beautiful. Welcome if you can see me. And if I move around, they'll still get me on live stream. Is perfect. I don't want them to miss out. So, introducing the one and only PB High-Vis. Woo! And why is it PB High-Vis, I hear you say? Because I believe nobody saw this coming. All right. Neither did I, by the looks of things. No. All right. Day one down at DDS 205. The planning came together. The programs come alive. People flying in. Fog weren't funny. Rock up here. There's a busted Donny. As we filed in this morning for our data degustation, we got a taste for future demographer trepidation. With populations bulging and workforce feeling blisters, x-rays with your coffee can't be ordered from baristas. Diving to the main course, sick plenaries presented as a buffet of juicy data themes. Building up capacity, digital transformation, the underlying sense of a deep collaboration. Boom, 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 boom. What sparked my interest? Making standards sexy, working on a future with interoperability. T. Split. Break out. This way, that way, this way, that way, this way, that way. Repeat, repeat, make it sweet. Repeat, repeat, make it sweet. Oh, I'm running out of breath. I'm not an actual rapper, you can tell. Okay. Rooms filled up, skills on display. Presentations coming your way. The pride I feel about where we're going. Well thought work, discussions flowing. When I look around, I sense a great vibe. Shout out to our peers streaming in live. Wrapping up now, this weren't AI, PB high vis, making it up on the fly. Boom! Mic drop.
Can I get you back up on stage with me? All right, big round of applause for that. All right, so how does one thank Peter Boffey? Perhaps with a rap.
Oh, this wasn't expected.
Okay, can I have a toot-toot? Peter Boffey, clearly you drink too much coffee. You're the data nerd who should be heard from North Brisbane with the big brain. You gave a great summation of the day's presentations. Thank you. Mic drop.
Thanks, Steve. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yes, he will be back tomorrow. So I've just got a quick finishing up before drinks from 5 to 6 out in the corridor. And so big thank you to everyone today. Thank you to the speakers, the facilitators, Isabel, Peter, everyone that presented from the PHNs. It's been an amazing day. I hope you've all enjoyed it. And you have been a great audience, really receptive and came on time and did all those things you needed to do. So thank you for that. Just a quick note about tomorrow. Can you please bring your lanyards back? That would really help us. And we're going to check you in. You don't have to go to registration. Just at the door, we're just going to check you in with your lanyard tomorrow. And from 8:30 you can arrive, and we've actually got the poster session booked in the morning, the e-posters, so that you can spend some time seeing those. So they're only here tomorrow. So we've actually put that time into the calendar, so you have that time to see that. Are there any questions about anything? Everyone happy? All good? Okay, drink your poos. Thanks, everyone.